is the Patriots Drive Podcast.
We are all Patriots.
Where we discuss, analyze, and answer questions to all things happening in the NFL and with our New England Patriots. Now, here's your host, Cole Kelly.
Let's go!
What is going on, everybody? Welcome into the Patriots Drive Podcast. It is day 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft. We got some picks. Patriots going to be on the clock here at pick 63 and 95. So appreciate you guys hanging here to hang out with us. We got the draft screen at the bottom. Hopefully you can hear the audio. I'll turn it up a little bit more. We'll be live all day too. So hopefully you guys are ready. Cole will be joining us shortly, but this is going to be a fun day 2 with lots of possibilities for the Patriots.
Help they can need. Their quarterbacks are also sacked 59 times last year. We'll see who their quarterback is this coming year. But should they go offensive line there? We'll hear from the Buffalo Bills coming up now for the first time in this draft. They traded out of round 1 last night. When teams are thinking Super Bowl thoughts, it's always interesting to see what direction they choose to go. Now, what do we have identified as the areas of need for Buffalo?
Talk about linebacker, off ball. C.J. Allen's name would be in the next. Wide receiver, obviously getting Josh Allen more weapons. Edge rusher and cornerback. Think about that defensive back position. Trading Stoops to me as a guy's got to be coming up in these conversations because of the first.
We're back, guys. If you guys were here yesterday, let me know in the comments down below your thoughts on Caleb Lomu. I know, it happened so quick. We talked about him for a little bit, but let me know your thoughts down below. Thoughts on Caleb Lomu. Have you sat on it? Have you came around on it? Who do you want the Patriots to target today? Let's get this ball rolling. Excited as heck for day 2 of the draft. Probably the last day will be live, excuse me. But nonetheless, excited as heck to hopefully see 2 picks for the Patriots, maybe a little bit more.
Bills are ready to announce their pick. I'm told one of their legends or the commissioner will be out in just a moment. Bills are the second team to trade down 3 times in the first round on draft day. They did that yesterday.
Eli Stowers, yes, Eli Stowers would be a fun pick for the Patriots. Any tight end, I think Oscar Delp would be fun. A bunch of different options. Let's see who Buffalo's going to take.
Of this draft.
With the 35th pick in the 2016 draft, the Buffalo Bills select linebacker T.J. Parker from Clemson.
Edge.
T.J. Parker's out of Phoenix City, Alabama. Really flashed 2 years ago with 11 sacks for the Tigers. Also set a school record that year with 6 forced fumbles in all. He started 29 games at Clemson, had 21 and a half sacks.
Yeah, it didn't come together. He had 3 sacks in the final game against South Carolina.
Struggled a lot last year, but that whole Clemson team did, so kind of weird. I got to run and take one phone call real quick, guys. I'll leave this on for you. I'll be back in maybe 3 minutes.
4.68 40. He should be a guy that was wreaking havoc on a regular basis. He can win with power or speed when he's at his best. The impact plays were noticeably down in 2025. Talk about the speed off the edge. He didn't show it in the games I saw on tape. Needs to go to the secondary rush moves faster, and when the original move is thwarted, get after it. So I think there's some things to work with there. In 2024, he looked like going into this year, he would be an elite guy. It did not come together for T.J. Parker. Senior Bowl week, he looked good. That helped.
Him and Greg Rousseau, that's a nice combination now coming off the edges. He just has to live up to that fantastic potential that he has.
T.J. Parker is a Buffalo Bill. They're 3 picks into round 2. The Vegas Raiders will select next, followed by the Giants and many more. TJ is excited to join Josh Allen and company. We're back in Pittsburgh in just a moment.
The 2026 NFL Draft is brought to you by Accenture, the official business and technology consulting partner of the NFL.
Can I get a Bud Light?
Sorry, the bar's not open yet.
Oh, it's not for me. It's for the bride. She said, can I get the clean, crisp taste of a Bud Light? Her words, not mine. She wants 3.
She wants more of those deviled eggs, too.
Anything for the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light.
100 years ago, no one would insure cars for military members. So they did it themselves. A group of 25 soldiers backed each other. A century later, and we're still serving the military and their families. not just because it's the right thing to do. It's in our DNA. Those values our founders shared: honor, service, loyalty, integrity. Those are the things we live by, and why our members know we'll be there. USAA, taking care of our own.
Put a lime on your to-do list. Corona, La Playa awaits.
In life and in business, the goalposts often move. But at Accenture, we say, game on. Because whatever goal you're heading for, together, we'll get there.
The playoffs continue Saturday on ABC. And in this rivalry, every possession is personal.
For the third time in 4 years, we got Denver and Minnesota.
For Jokic, the chance at revenge. For Ant, the opportunity to upset.
Anthony Edwards writing his own story.
Emotions are high.
This is a real rivalry.
The stakes higher. Game 4, Nuggets, Timberwolves. Saturday on ABC and the ESPN app.
Why is everyone so fired up? It's a Stanley Cup playoffs. Most exciting playoffs out there. A 2-month roller coaster filled with sudden deaths, good old-fashioned chaos, and a beauty we call the Jesus. There's action on the ice and in the stadium. Every series is a statement, and everyone gets their shot at the cup.
Why is everyone so fired up? It's the Stanley Cup playoffs, the most exciting playoffs out there.
The Stanley Cup playoffs continue Sunday on ESPN and the ESPN app.
All right, we're back in Pittsburgh. We are 3 picks into round 2, and we've had a trade. The Raiders were scheduled to make the 36th pick in this draft, but the Houston Texans have jumped up a couple of spots, identifying a player that they were looking for. So we'll have the announcement of that pick momentarily as that pick is in. The Giants will be going next after that, and on we will go. Again, 7 minutes between the picks in this round, and they're being announced tonight by a variety of NFL legends who have ties to this Western Pennsylvania area in a variety of different ways. And so the Texans, again, with the trade up here, and they will make their pick as they're bringing out one of their former players now.
All right, what's up? Sorry, guys.
Alongside the
I've been trying to get in contact with someone all day. We've played phone tag like 3 times. So Houston traded up, I heard.
I'm joined by Billy Miller, original Houston Texan. Scored the first touchdown for the Texans, both in preseason and regular season. Quite a record. With the 36th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Caden McDonald.
Good comment right here, Juice. Yep. They probably jumped the Giants because they wanted McDonald a little bit more than they wanted.
Look at the emotion.
Was it Lee Hunter? Lee Hunter sitting here. So now maybe the Giants will look at taking Lee Hunter right here.
2 players be selected. Came back tonight because he wanted to have this experience of walking out onto this stage and embracing and being embraced by the commissioner and the entire football world. So good for Caden McDonald. He is a Houston Texan. He played in all 16 games for that national title team in 2024, but really came into his own last year in his 3rd year in Columbus, named a unanimous All-American, and he was the Big Ten Defensive Lineman of the Year.
No doubt. And you know what that look is about? Mama ain't got to work no more. That's what that look is about right there. Those tears, his mother doesn't have to work anymore. It's an emotional feeling. But Green, he's one of my favorite players in the draft because he has a lot of versatility inside. He can be a 1-gap player, a 2-gap player. Oftentimes, you don't find defensive tackles that are this productive. He makes tackles inside tackle to tackle.
I like Caden McDonald. I do think that there was a lot of rumors with him and the Patriots, especially with the Mike Vrabel connection. So, listen, I wouldn't have loved defensive tackle in round 1, but I would have seen why they would have gotten one potentially looking at, hey, is Christian Barmore even going to be here next year with his issues and contract and stuff? And then is he kind of the Kyrie Tonga replacement? So
he came up to me
Vikings
and
had Caden.
Lewis,
Yeah.
this is the guy to keep an eye on. No one's talking about Caden, but he's one of the most important
I mean,
people on our
I
defense
probably
last
would have.
year.
Well, actually, this is hard. I actually had Caleb Banks ranked over Caden McDonald, but I get why teams would have had Caden McDonald over him just because of the foot issue, injury scare. So, listen, I get why Minnesota probably took Caleb Banks. He has high upside. But if you're trying to go safer, Caden McDonald's definitely the one. The hard part about Caden McDonald for me is he feels just so. He doesn't give you much in the pass rush game. He doesn't even like push the pocket at times. Like there's times where I'm like, you are so powerful. How do you not affect the quarterback when you're just pushing the pocket? And he never really did that. So Edward, what's up, man? How's it going?
Man, is he going to a good situation.
Who you guys looking for the Patriots to target here at pick 63? I know we got a little bit to go, but who you think that they're going to target here with their first or with their second round pick?
Defensive tackle. When you look at Caden McDonald, he's that 1 year starter. Tyreek Williams was there. Where'd he go last year? First round. Caden McDonald this year put it all together. Like I say, 65 tackles in the Washington Huskies game, 2 sacks in that game against the Miami Hurricanes.
The Giants could go Denzel Boston here. I could see him coming off the board. I can't believe Dazon Stribling went the first pick. I thought San Francisco was going offensive line, especially once New England jumped them for Lomu. So needed tight end, yes. If Stowers somehow falls to 63, I don't think it's likely, but if he falls, I would love Chase or Eli Stowers. I think that Max Clare is in the picture at 63 because of the Ohio State connection with Mike Vrabel. And then I also think Oscar Delpin the third is another one. So Stribling went pick 33 to San Francisco. He was the first pick, which, listen, I thought Devon Stribling had potential. He showed good things. Come from that old Miss offense is always hard to project wide receivers, but not at 33 and not over Chase Basantis, especially with that interior offensive line need and help that the San Francisco 49ers needed. So now it's interesting because probably Brandon Ayuk is traded. Like he's probably not there anymore. So Ricky Pearsall, Stribling, whoever else they have, but it looks like all of a sudden now Ayuk is not with the San Francisco 49ers anymore. Or at least he won't play this year. They'll look to move him.
Texans defense is a force to be reckoned with. How will you make a day one impact?
Disruptive, making it easier for the DN, and we all go together. We're gonna work. I'm ready.
Thank you, Caden.
Appreciate it.
Good for him.
Giants addressed O-line. I'm looking Boston here.
Reminder of what this is really all about for all of us who are
they could look to take Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. They were probably in the Caleb Downs things. I don't know if they necessarily need a safety. It was more of like a Caleb Downs was so good you probably can't pass on him. So maybe they don't need a safety, but this is they addressed 2 of their biggest needs. So now it's kind of like, oh, do they look to go with Denzel Boston? Give them a guy that's totally opposite of Malik Neighbors, but gives you something on the outside.
Because again, I knew at that moment all the effort she put into me had paid off. And like I told you, Mom ain't got to work no more, Greedy, because we rich.
Yeah, I like the Giants draft. The only gripe I have with the Giants draft is you could have had Arvell Reese and Caleb Downs. You could have had Sonny Styles and Caleb Downs. And listen, I'm not saying they didn't need offensive line. They definitely did. So taking Francis Mauinoga was a great pick for them. But it's hard for me when I had Caleb Downs at 3 on my board, and they could have potentially had Arvell Reese, which they did. Was number 1 on my board. Caleb Downs. I like who they got. I just think they could have had a little bit even better draft. I think as much as it sucks as a Patriots fan, the Jets have a dang good draft right now. David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr., they have a dang good draft. So he's waiting for the posers. Let's see who the Giants take.
I'm joined here by the great O.C. Yerman-Yor. O.C. played for the Giants. What a great man he is. With the 37th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Colton Hood.
Wow.
Defensive back, Tennessee.
So there you go. You get a DB there. Had some first-round buzz.
Yesterday, Mel, well traveled for a young man who just turned 21, spent the season each at Auburn and Colorado. before last year at Tennessee, finishing his career with 3 interceptions and a fumble he brought back for a touchdown.
Vegas could easily go Emmanuel McNeil-Warren here at safety. Cleveland did get Casey Concepcion. I'm interested to see if someone starts to jump up the board for a falling Denzel Boston. I know there's concerns. He didn't run the 40, but still, he has great film. He's been super productive over 2 years at Washington. He has great size, elite ball skills going up and getting it. So it's interesting to see if a wide receiver needy team will jump up here and potentially take Denzel Boston, because if you go look at like where the board is, Kansas City at 40, so coming up, they could easily take one, or they could easily take him. They need a receiver. That's probably a dream for them. That would be crazy. Holy crap if Kansas City got him. Cincinnati doesn't. The Saints already addressed it. The Dolphins didn't get a receiver, so they could go. That'd be interesting. I really see the Chiefs and maybe the Dolphins for Denzel Boston coming up, unless we get a trade up team. So we back Boston GM with the 5. We back. Yes, we are, sir. Who do you want the Patriots to take today? Who are you looking for? Give me a couple names. Give me a couple names you want them to try to target this year.
And he is what you have.
Tony Starks, I do like Chris Bell too. It's been so hard for him because of that ACL injury, but his film the first half of the season, what he does with the ball in his hands is he's dynamic, he's elite. So if some team needs that, guy opposite of maybe a bigger bodied receiver, they could easily take Chris Bell. I thought Saints would look to take Chris Bell. Obviously before they took Jordan Tyson, but I thought that Chris Bell in the second round to like the Saints with Chris Olave would make a lot of sense, but they ended up obviously taking Jordan Tyson, which is a great pick also.
The New York Giants get themselves another good player there, and so the wheeling and dealing has
Elijah Surratt's just a little limited athletically, but he does so many good things. I have him at I can see him being an early 3rd round pick. It depends on what the run of receivers looks like. We've only had one taken off the board so far, which was Dazon Stribling, which was crazy. Let's hear who the Raiders got.
How you doing out there? It's great to be here. Let me just say, I would be remiss without bringing up the late, great Willie Brown when he would tell all of you to remember your mother on Mother's Day. This is coming right up. All you guys, take her to dinner, grab her some flowers, tell her you love her, and remind her that with the 38th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Traden Stukes.
Oh, wow. Stukes went before. There was a lot of hype that he was going to be liked by a lot of NFL teams more than what people did, but I'm not taking him over freaking Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. Wow, that's crazy.
He is just a fantastic athlete, a fantastic football player who can play any position, quite honestly, in the secondary. Wouldn't want to put him at corner, but any of the 3 positions inside the star and the 2 safeties, he can play it.
Yeah, there's always guys like this. That's what's so crazy is there's always guys like this that shoot up draft boards late in the process. Traden Stukes has versatility. He can play safety. He can play nickel. I don't know if I'm taking him over A.J. Halsey or over Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. That's for dang sure.
He understands route development. He understands route concepts, and he has great finishing skills. As I mentioned earlier, he had 11 interceptions in high school, 7 in college. He takes the ball away naturally. This is a Raider type.
Boston GM have to go edge in round 2. Yakis is my guy, but anyone of Derek Moore, Keon Crawford, Cassius Howell. I think Cassius Howell will come off early. Young, Deni Dennis Sutton, Joseph. The hard part for me is there's not a lot of guys that just have straight pass rushing ability, and that's what New England needs. Like all of a sudden, New England needs guys that can get to the passer consistently. They have a lot of good run stuffers. Like I feel like Deni Dennis Sutton is a really good run stopper. R. Mason Thomas has that ability. Yakis is more of a bigger bodied run stuffer. Also, they can get to the quarterback. Don't get me wrong, but like that's not their elite trait, which is fine. In the second round, that's hard to find really, but I would like someone with just a little bit more pass rushing ability than guys that we already have. Just fills it down. Yes, especially with playing Josh Allen, like a little more athletic guys that can potentially chase him down, that can potentially get to him a little bit quicker, things like that.
Gonna need a bigger bucket like this one.
Do you always have 2 bucket chains?
I do.
Weeds.
Does anything keep them from coming back?
Roundup dual action.
Does that say prevents weeds for up to 4 months?
Kill and prevent weeds for up to 4 months with Roundup Dual Action. This stuff works.
So Emmanuel McNeil Warren slide might be similar to what happened last year with Nicky Minwari.
Wait, there's a peanut inside me? Nice. M&M's. It's more fun together.
I was tired of being told no to my dreams. But Shopify made it easy to get this brand going.
Yeah,
we can take golf
DJ
to a round
DJ
that
Parker's
we've
a
never
tough
seen
one
before.
because he had such a good
Eastside
2024,
Golf
but he was
powered by
so bad
Shopify.
this year. He is once thought of as like his talent is a top 10 pick talent, and so that's what's hard. I like TJ Parker in the at 31 for the Patriots if they didn't have a tackle. So I do not. I agree with you. It's tough to see him go to the Bills because he has crazy upside. He's been good multiple years in college. He just had a bad year like that whole Clemson roster did this year and kind of pushed him down draft boards a little bit.
With the nutrition for Woody's most exceptional life. For life with pets, there's Chewy with Pro Plan.
Oh, you found it. What a relief. Thanks, Gecko.
Geico works hard to find you the right home insurance, so I'm here working hard for you too.
Anything else down there?
Nah, just this old crisp.
Oh.
Too slow.
It feels good to find
Austin
what you're
GM, are
missing.
you taking
feels good
any
to
of those
Geico.
edge rushers over like if an Eli Stowers were to be there? Because I do think tight end is a need, and if some of those edge rushers are still there, but Eli Stowers is the best player available, because I do think Eli Stowers is a game changer at tight end. Are you taking Stowers, or do you think edge is still that big of a need?
What a beautiful evening we have in Pittsburgh here as the sun is beginning to set in this city that is so excited to be hosting this National Football League draft. Western Pennsylvania, home to so many football legends and maybe some new
So what?
ones
Cleveland went
being
Fano,
selected
Cleveland went
here last
Concepcion.
night, tonight, and tomorrow. The Cleveland Browns
rusher.
ticket is in. It'll be announced in a moment. They came into this draft meeting a
They could take
lineman and
Emmanuel
wide
McNeil
receiver.
Warren. He's
They
probably
got
just the
both of
best
those
player.
last night, taking Spencer Fano and Casey Concepcion. We'll see what direction they choose to go here with their
Here we
selection
go.
in round two.
Yo, hello. What's up, Pittsburgh? We are here to announce the 39th pick for my Cleveland Browns. With the 39th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Denzel Boston.
Wow, they double dipped at receiver. So a guy that they potentially could have gotten at pick 24, they get at 39 and double dip there. Wow. Giving Shedeur some weapons on the outside. That's crazy because Cedric Tillman's there. Jerry Judy's obviously getting up there in age, so that's interesting. But they double dip at receiver early in the draft. Hey, they're getting ready to take a quarterback next year probably, unless someone, emerges, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur, or something like that. They're getting ready to weaponize the offense, especially with Quinshon Judkins and Harold Fannin. That's a fun little piece they have out there.
This kid will catch it when Shedeur Sanders throws it to him. Routinely wins in tight coverage. He's quick to find openings in the defense. Really like this kid. Against Illinois this year, 10 catches for 153 yards. You watch him here in this game, what he's able to do again in the red zone. 21 touchdown receptions over the last 2 years. Throw it up. You think he's covered? He's not. Denzel Boston complements what they got with Casey Concepcion. Andrew Berry. Spencer Fano comes in on the O-line. Todd Monken's coming in with a guy who could be that bubble screen sensation and a guy that Shedeur could throw it up to. Now you're giving your young quarterback a fighting chance.
The Shedeur Sanders hate.
Complement each other perfectly, and they'll complement one another because both of them can play all three positions. You just get it in different body types. Denzel a little bit bigger, reminds you of Marcus Colton if you remember him from the New Orleans Saints. He can move inside and outside, has better speed. But man,
And Kansas City getting Emmanuel McNeil Warren here would scare the crap out of me.
Browns team whose receivers have the fewest receptions and yards and touchdowns in the league last year. The Kansas City Chiefs went defense twice last night. Mansour Delane and Peter Woods. They're up next. We'll see what direction they go here with pick number 40.
Hello, Pittsburgh. and hail to Pitt. With the 40th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select R. Mason Thomas.
Okay.
Defensive end.
Getting edge rusher. That's one of the ones that I probably would have been interested in. Again, I didn't think it was likely that he was falling to 63, but that's one I would have been interested in for the Patriots because he has elite edge rushing ability. He's really good off the edge. He's a really good pass rusher. A little bit undersized, but he's really good at getting to the quarterback, and that's what I think New England's missing at the edge position.
240, 250-pound frame to come off the edge. First step quickness. R. Mason Thomas has the green. And guess what the R stands for? Nothing. It's just R. Mason Thomas. His get off is outstanding. I love his hand usage, Lou. You know, you and I talk about this a lot when it comes to rusher. Can you use your hands? Can you use your technique to beat the offensive lineman? Because that's the first thing they're going to want to do is shoot that hand to punch. He uses his get off and his hands very well.
Look, if you couldn't get David Bailey, if you couldn't move up to get him, this is the guy. This is the next guy I would want as far as what you're talking about. If you're saying, hey, look, it's third down. You have a slow-footed tackle out here. I need you to run around him, and I need to put the quarterback on the ground.
That's what New England needs at edge, too. Dang.
And this is the perfect compliment when you think about the fact that they drafted Peter Woods. Now, you know, when you have him and you pair him with Chris Jones, now you put R. Mason Thomas on the outside.
Kansas City getting some good players sucks because they're going to be back in the AFC with a healthy Mahomes. They're going to be back in competition for the AFC, I should say. So, yeah, we're going to get an edge run with the lack of offensive tackles, all 7 of them going in round 1. The lack of offensive tackles, I think we're going to get a run on edge and then a little bit later, potentially a run on receivers. Now that Boston's off the board, you're going to get into like the Chris Brazzles, Chris Bells type of guy, and that's where you're going to start seeing a run. But edge is probably the deepest position in this class in general, and so now here comes the run on edges.
Smile on the face of T. Spagnuolo in there as they were in that bathroom shaking hands. They have definitely reloaded that defense. All right, the Bengals pick is in. We know they made their first-round pick last weekend when they traded the number 10 overall selection to the Giants for Dexter Lawrence. So if you want to look at it that way, they went defense with their first-round pick, and here they come with their first actual selection of this year's draft.
Pune, Cincinnati! With the 41st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Cassius Howell, defensive
There you go.
end.
See, edge rusher again. They're flying off the board. They're flying off the board.
SEC Defensive Player of the Year last season, 11.5 sacks. Also unanimous All-American, 16.5 tackles for loss last year. Most by any Aggie since Von Miller in 2010.
Another guy, Greeny, you're starting to see guys in that range, 6'2", 250 pounds. He has a 1.5 and a 10. That means the get-off is outstanding. 12.5 sacks last year. He intimidated tackles with his speed. Now, he's got to play the run a little bit better. People talk about the short arms. He uses his speed so well, you rarely ever notice the arm length. Another guy, if you're looking for instant speed, instant juice off the edge, this is a guy that you can bring in, especially early on in his career. You can put him in sub packages, and he can rush until he becomes stronger to be able to play the run.
Look, they've revamped their defensive line in Cincinnati now, and this is a nice job. You get Boye Mafe, you trade for Dexter Lawrence, Jonathan Allen. Now you put him on the other side. I mean, that's a nice group of 4 right there, and guys who have the right kind of playing personality, because that's the number one thing he does. He plays hard.
Before he got to A&M, he was at Bowling Greens. He led the Mid-American Conference with 9.5 sacks. The junior in high school had 6 sacks in a game. He had a game this year against Utah State, a sack with 3 successive plays.
Yeah.
They come in bunches with Cassius Howell.
Yep.
The Bengals had the worst pass rush win rate in the entire league last year, and that was with Trey Hendrickson, whom they lost.
I probably would have leaned.
Rebuilding that defense now around Dexter Lawrence, and they make the selection here, and on they go. The New Orleans Saints.
I probably would have leaned
receiver Jordan Tyson.
Emmanuel McNeil-Warren or someone there at safety for them, but
is in. We go to the podium now.
Saints need defense, so they could go anywhere on defense, honestly.
With the 42nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Christian Miller, D tackle, Georgia.
A lot of people had him as the number 1 D tackle. Some people had him at least as the number 1 D tackle.
Started 24 games for the Bulldogs. He's from Ellenwood, Georgia. Made first team All-SEC last year.
Thought he could be a first-round pick. He was one of those defensive tackles that did make plays. Some underachieved. Kristen Miller got it done. Freed up those linebackers. Did a really good job this year overall. Getting the job done with his active, strong hands. They said 321-pounder, 33 arms, huge hands. Kid who get really quick to disengage. I like the effort he plays with. He's versatile, gets after it. He's got an assortment of moves at his disposal. Looking to get into the backfield of the opponent. Good initial burst. He closes. One thing he's got to do a better job of, becoming a more dependable tackler. He sees it, but he missed some tackling. But this kid plays hard. I thought he could have been a late first-round pick very easily. And this is a kid who's going to help that defense. And he will come in and play. At Georgia, C.J. Allen.
All right, Miami. I didn't love what Miami did in the first round. They addressed some needs, but I thought the players they got were a little bit of a reach. Chris Johnson at 27 after they traded up, and then they took Caden Proctor, which I thought that was a little bit of a reach. Good player, but again, so let's see who they go here. Another AFC East team to pay attention to. So, Light Shadows, what's up, man? Do you think there's any chance we move up? I think that if they're going to move up, it's going to be in the third. I don't think they're going to move up in the second just because they moved up in the first. And I know they didn't give up much to move up, just that, 3 spots. But Elliot Wolf said last night that he likes to have more picks. And so I don't think that they're going to want it to cost them a 4th and a 6th to move up, depending on who's still there, right? You know, if there's just a stud there, then they might want to do it. That's exactly what he said. But if there's a trade up, I think it's going to be in the 3rd, not the 2nd. Regardless of the edge Pats get, I'd be okay with it. Does it really have to be who we want? Hell, I don't. Yeah, exactly. And listen, guys, the edge board might be really thin come 63 with how many edge just went off the board. I mean, you're just talking in the first couple picks of this round. TJ Parker, and then R. Mason Thomas, Cassius Howell. Now, if you go to like the best available guys and you're still looking at the edge guys who are still available, you got Zion Young. I don't think he's going to last very much longer. Abe Yakis, maybe, but I don't think he's going to last much longer.
That lands you in the quiet comfort.
Excuse me, sorry. Keon Crawford, I don't think he's going to last much longer. Denied Dennis Sutton could be there, but again, I was talking about him. He just doesn't give you much pass rushing. He's a freak athletically and size-wise. So, you know, if it's him or Eli Stowers or someone, maybe Eli Stowers. I'm not sure. Then you go talk about, you know, a little bit smaller guys. Romello Height, he's a great pass rusher, but he's a little bit undersized. He might not be able to even hold up in the run. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how the board falls with how edge has been going. I'd be shocked if these guys like Yakis and them end up staying on the board for much longer. Linebackers, yes, like Jacob Rodriguez. I think Rodriguez will come off here eventually at some point before the Patriots, but if not, that would be a dream. Like, that would be a huge pick for the Patriots. All these edge rushers, as you mentioned, are gone. Should we maybe consider taking a different position? Yes. If those edge rushers are gone, right? Like, I liked Romello Height. I mocked him to the Patriots, but I would probably take, like, an Eli Stowers or a Max Clare over them. I think you could address tight end. I think that you could address linebacker if Jacob Rodriguez is there, potentially Jake Golday. So it depends, again, how edge is the #1 priority, in my opinion, right now. Board spinning pretty quickly, and there's still 20 picks before the picks are up. I expect it to be even more thin by the time they actually do get up to pick.
It feels good to take control of your wallet. It feels good to Geico.
Don't rush indulgence.
Yes. I mean, if he falls, and you know, they might have to trade up for him. If they were to trade up for Jacob Rodriguez, I would do that. Rodriguez, I think, is a game changer, especially with Spillane and potentially replacing him. He's my guy. I have him at 33 on my big board. So, you know, listen, it's going to be expensive to trade up 20 plus picks. So right now, if Rodriguez were to fall somewhere in the 50s, I think they could make a move. But I do think there's a couple teams coming up that will look at Jacob Rodriguez. One that scares me that's coming up right now, just barely, the Jets. Like, they got an edge rusher, but the Jets still need a linebacker, and it feels like an Aaron Glenn pick to take him. I think that the Lions could take him at 50. The Colts could. So, yeah. Yeah, just don't let the Bills get him. Yes, I do too. I would love that. Jets coming up.
About
Or
that
not
need
Jets,
right
sorry.
now.
People think he could step in and impact the roster right away, but there are questions about his longevity in the league. But for right now, we have a situation where he's still on the board. One of the elite talents in this draft, the spot that nobody thought he would be. He still remains on the board. And Greeny, we're going to send it back to the commission. We also have a trade. The Lions trading up to 44 to the Jets spot.
Ooh.
Okay, Shefty, so
See, so the
much going on
Lions
here
trading up, in
on
my
this second
opinion,
night of the
could be
NFL
for
draft
Jacob
in Pittsburgh.
Rodriguez.
The Dolphins last night selecting Caden Proctor and Chris Johnson with their 2 first-round picks, and now they will make this.
Let's see who
pick here in
the
round
Dolphins
number 2.
take.
All right. Hello, everyone, football fans out there. With the 43rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jacob Rodriguez.
Never mind. It's not for shit. Now we got to deal with Jacob Rodriguez in the AFC East. Yeah, I figured he wasn't going to last long, guys. That's a really good football player. That's been one of the most productive guys.
Final season of his college career. He was the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. He swept the Bednarik, the Nagurski, the Lombardi, and the Butkus awards. In short, he was the most decorated defensive player in college football last season.
And then he tested great. So when you're productive like Jacob Rodriguez was at 6'1.5", 231 pounds, run 4.57, had a 38.5 vertical jump. Talk about a 4-sport athlete in high school: football, basketball, baseball, and track. This kid got it done on the football field. Then he, on the numbers, they were through the roof. So when you put it all together, combine the production on a steady basis, Lou, and then you run the way he did, that added up to a potential second-round pick.
You know, as a former quarterback who made the transition to linebacker, the number one thing that I loved about this dude is his point of attack play, whether that be taken on blocks, great hand use, timing. I mean, it was wham, I'm hitting the offensive lineman and I'm off of there. He didn't stay on it. And here's the other thing. This dude is a turnover machine. He has perfected the peanut punch. He gets the ball out better than anyone.
Yeah, that sucks. That's not fun.
As any linebacker in this draft. He's just a flat-out playmaker. And if you're Jeff Hafley, that's what you're looking for. You need guys who are foundational guys who turn the football over and do all the things to help you win games, Book. He does it.
As soon as they made the pick and Miami made the pick, the first thing I thought about was Zach Thomas. A more athletic version of Zach Thomas that can make plays up and down the field. It's always in the right spot. He will make a ton of plays with this Miami team that's rebuilding their entire roster.
Last 2 years, he had forced fumble.
Yeah.
He perfected it. He's perfected it.
He has, and I think about the tackles he made. He also missed you. Like, it's a little control at times, but this kid is an athlete. I mean, you test this, he did. That's him up at 3rd, 4th round. Somebody was talking maybe in the late 1st round.
The Lions have traded up into this spot, and so they're ready to go. They'll make the 44th pick in round number 2.
What up, though, Pittsburgh? With the 44th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Derek Moore.
Oh, wow, Derek Moore.
Michigan.
I mean, keeping the Michigan guys there. Keeping the Michigan guys there. D. Winters traded from, wow, really?
Playing opposite his old high school teammate, Jay Sean Barham. They came to Ann Arbor together from Baltimore.
Derek Moore is a guy who gets after it off the edge at 6'4", 255 pounds. He's got long arms. Got to the Nebraska game. He was dominant. Had 1.5 sacks there. Wisconsin game, they couldn't block him. 2 sacks, forced the fumble.
What is it? Just is it for a pick? What is it?
They moved him around.
What was this? What was this deal, Boss GM? Sorry.
Speed to power element, uproot offensive tackles. Is a bull rusher. He can do it that way. Tell you what, production this year. Talk about the tackles. 30, but sacks 10, 3 pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles across the board. He was getting the job done on a consistent basis. 33.5 arms.
The 49ers will receive a 5th-round pick in exchange for D. Winters. Interesting.
Behind me, that's because they just put the Baltimore Ravens logo up.
Kayvon Thibodeau just tweeted a goodbye thing, or put this on his Instagram story, so he might be there. I just read from Jordan Schultz. It's a 5th-round pick. So D. Winters to Dallas for a 5th-round pick.
Go and tell your mama you love her. Go and tell your mama you love her. Go and tell your people you love them. Go and tell your people you love them. You tell them you said, baby, I love you. Hey.
Good day, sir.
Oh, wait. You like Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar?
Yes.
If they trade for Tibbs, still get Yeah, and I don't think that necessarily New England would trade for him. They could, but there was a lot of buzz around New Orleans trading for him. Now, New Orleans just selected, so I don't think they have a second pick, dude. The Saints don't have a second pick in this draft. No. So, that could be a target. Could be a target for the Patriots potentially at 63, but that would be interesting, especially Thibodeau for a second actually would be really good. I love Jacob Rodriguez. I thought any team that got him got an immediate impact, got an immediate impact player, a great leader, and just a good, solid football player. So, yeah, and that's why I want edge, but I'm just looking at the edge board, and I think that all of a sudden it's not going to be there for the Patriots. It's not going to be there. So, Rodriguez is basically a Matt Milano. That's a good comp. Rodriguez had question marks about his athleticism, but he tested fine at the combine, like better than fine too, and that's what propelled him into a early second round pick. So I do think he's going to be a very successful linebacker in the NFL. So yeah, I think I don't think at this point they're moving up for anyone unless it's like an Eli Stowers, unless they really wanted to come up for Emmanuel McNeil-Warren who keeps falling or someone. But like I think that they're going to stay put, and I don't see them moving up at least in this rounds. I want to see us get aggressive and move up again. I don't think it's worth having all these draft picks. Again, I just don't think that they're going to move up. They're not going to move up right now where the pick is. It's going to be in the 50s. I don't see them jumping 15 plus picks. If they're still a guy they want and it's around 55 or something, I could see that being the trade up, but I don't think that they're going to be looking for a trade up opportunity this early in the second because it would cost them a lot. And Elliott Wolf already said he wants multiple picks. And listen, I do think the Patriots found really good value last year in the class. Like Jared Wilson is going to be a really good center. They traded back for him a couple times. Got extra picks. Craig Woodson was a fourth round guy too. Braden Swinson, hopefully he does a little bit more this year. Interesting. What do you think Booty would go for if they traded him? This would be an interesting because I still think that the Giants need a receiver. So if you were to go like a fourth or a fifth in Kayshon Boutte for Thibodeau, maybe it would probably take a fourth and Booty for Thibodeau. I think that would be it. If he goes straight up, I think that you're looking at an early day 3 pick, whether it's a fourth or a fifth round pick, which sucks, but he's on the final year of his deal. I think that he's not going to get a day 2 pick. That would be ideal, but you're looking more at a fourth or a fifth if it's just him straight up for a pick. Now, if you include him in a deal or for a player or someone, that would be awesome. But, some people have mentioned, would you do pick 63 and Kayshon Boutte for Kyle Pitts? I don't know how realistic that is, but I think I'd do that in a heartbeat too. So, all right, Ravens on the clock. Get back, see who they're going to take.
36 on my big board. I was Art Mason Thomas. 49, 54. Derek Moore was, but we don't have number 21. Zion Young, he's still on the board. Out of Missouri, had a great year. 16 and a half tackles for loss. Recorded multiple tackles for loss in 5 games. CJ Allen, we talked about he benefited from Kristen Miller. Bottom line is he's an every down linebacker. McCoy, the knee injury, pushing him down. And then Emmanuel Warren and Emmanuel Pregnant. It was exciting and fun to watch Emmanuel Pregnant go to the Iowa game. He dominated in the rain there. Opened up that running game for the Oregon Ducks. Did a great job. Really good football player. They go 1A's a first round pick. Emmanuel Pregnant's got to be somewhere.
Wouldn't it make more sense to trade Douglas and pay Boutte? I feel like Douglas is more expandable and easy to replace. Yeah, I do too. I just don't think that with adding Romeo Doubs and at some point they're going to add AJ Brown. I just don't think they can pay Kayshon Boutte. They have to extend Christian Gonzalez. Drake May's coming up. It would be easier, but I think financially it just doesn't make sense because Boutte, with how he's been playing, he's probably going to demand somewhere in the range of, if I had to guess, what we just gave Romeo Doubs. That would be what I guess he's probably going to get, somewhere in that range. Just he's a good, solid receiver on the outside. So, like, if you're talking no cap space and stuff, then yes, that's what makes sense. And the best receiver core is him there. But yeah.
We got a special message for y'all, Pittsburgh.
See who the Ravens got.
Steelers still suck. Yeah.
Mark Ingram.
And we about that. You got a problem with that? Come see me. Big trust.
I love when they have fans or like former players do this and stuff. It's fun.
I'd like to give a special shout out to these young women standing alongside me tonight who have been playing flag football at the high school level in Maryland. Thanks to the efforts from my Baltimore Ravens and the MPSSAA, they launched a program in 2023 that can make this day possible. They are here today celebrating a state sanction that passed for high school girls flag football.
They're still booing Mark Ingram. He's just trying to get through this read for the girls flag football league. Stupid Steelers fans. Bunch of jerks. Freaking jerks.
And with the 45th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zion Young.
Zion Young.
Missouri.
See, there's another edge rusher.
Well, that was an eventful announcement. Zion Young, Booger, there's your guy. He's from Atlanta, the youngest of 11 children in his family. Spent 2 seasons at Michigan State, then 2 with the Tigers. First team All-SEC last year.
Yeah, don't expect there to be an edge that we like on the board. I'd be shocked. Like, I think that if there's an edge on the board that we like, it's maybe going to be Denai Dennis Sutton. Maybe Keyron Crawford falls that far, but they're going. They're going right now. And so edge rushers that are starting to be more realistic, if you want to reach for a smaller guy like Romello Height, if you want to reach for another smaller guy that has good pass rushing ability, you got like, let's see, I'm trying to scroll through my edge rusher board.
And sets the edge. I just love the physicality at which he
Who's
plays
the
at,
Tennessee
and
guy?
then
Why
he
can't I
can
think of what
make
is? Oh, Joshua Josephs. Is that his name? Joshua Josephs.
But
I don't know. Like, it depends on who else is on the board. Like, right now it's looking like edge might not be the best value pick. And so if you want to force it, you can, but I don't think that's how the Patriots do it. That's not how I'd want to do it. You know, I think I'd want to take best player available still at another position, you know, whether it's Jake Golday, whether it's Eli Stowers, Max Clare.
Sack and a forced fumble in that Alabama game you're referencing with the highlight package there. The next game against Auburn, he had 5 tackles, 2.5 stops behind.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Consistent player all year, 6.5 sacks of the 16.5 tackles to us. I said,
Yeah, the hard thing about this, though, Edward, is if the Patriots keep Booty, and this is where I am, if the Patriots keep Booty and they don't improve their offense, you're wasting Drake May's rookie contract. And so I'd rather have them swing for the fences and go for it. It's a huge risk, but teams got to do it. They got to do it. The Patriots cannot rely on just Romeo Doubs in that room, and Kayshon Boutte is a better wide receiver 2 than he is a wide receiver 1.
Take off my host hat and put on my Bucks hat. How about that? All right, the Bucks with the 46th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, and I am very, very happy to say this because I might make some Philadelphia fans a little bit upset. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Josiah Trotter.
Wow.
Linebacker,
Missouri linebacker. CJ Allen's fallen too. CJ Allen's another off-ball backer that is falling a little bit. That could potentially be a Patriots 63. He's one that, you know, a couple backers that came off the board. I wouldn't have taken Allen over Jacob Rodriguez, but Allen going after Trotter is a little bit interesting. So that would be fun. But to go back to Edward, your comment about like the at some point the Patriots got to take a swing at a wide receiver 1. Kayshon Boutte's great, but he's not moving the needle as a wide receiver. You got to go get an established guy. You got to go get someone that Drake May can throw the ball down on every down, and I think it makes it easier for guys like Romeo Doubs, for guys like Kyle Williams, for you know, whoever's in the slot, whether it's Pop Douglas or Efton Chisholm, whoever it is. So listen, it's going to be thought of as great for some fans and bad for the others, but I just don't think that you can stand pat and say this is the Patriots have a chance to win the Super Bowl or repeat as AFC championships or AFC champions next year by keeping the same receiving core that you have, especially because they probably aren't going to get one in the second or third round that would make an impact either. So, we got to trade. One second. Let me see who's trading up. Colts trade the pick to Pittsburgh, hometown team coming up on the clock. So, listen, if I had to choose, it would be a 2028 first round pick, and it would have to be a conditional 2028 first. So it would be like, hey, if he plays the next amount of games, if he make the playoffs, then you get a first round pick. Ideally, it's a 2028 conditional pick, but if it has to be a 2027 pick, I do think AJ Brown, with the additions they made in free agency, and if they hit on these draft picks, it would still be a mid to late 20s pick, and I'd be fine giving that up for AJ Brown. Now, health-wise and stuff, we just don't know. You have to take risk. That's the thing. You have to take risk. If you don't, and he goes and balls out in Philly, everyone's going to say, oh, it sucked either way. But if you do take the risk and he balls out in New England, you might be Super Bowl champs. Vrabel, just wants to let that people who was like,
available
hey,
right now, you would put them over Will
I mean, Vrabel won Coach of the Year there and led them to an AFC East championship game with Ryan Tannehill, and he just led the Patriots to a Super Bowl when no one thought they would. I wouldn't be hating on Vrabel for wanting to bring in guys that want to play for him, and he knows they're dudes. Like, that's not the end of the world. Like, AJ Brown is a great football player. He's a great football player. Him bringing in Kevin Byard, who led the NFL in interceptions last year, that's a great pick. That's a great player too. So I wouldn't be hating on that. I don't think that's the reason.
Good evening, everybody.
Also, Vrabel got fired from Tennessee for being
in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select
Jeremy Bernard.
wow, very, very reliable receiver for them. I actually think I mocked that yesterday in my second round. So.
Sounds like the fans like
but I would not be mad. A lot of coaches trust guys. Like, they trust guys. It didn't go to shit because of him, though. It went to shit because they freaking traded A.J. Brown against his will. He did not want to trade A.J. Brown. He traded A.J. Brown for Treylon Burks, and he did not want to do that. Like, why Tennessee went to shit was not on Mike Vrabel. Promise you that. If that's what you want to think, that's fine, but that's not true. They did not go to shit. It did not go bad in Tennessee because Mike Vrabel traded it's the ownership did that. The ownership was trying to strong arm Vrabel. Vrabel had nothing to do with the downfall there.
He's very smooth, blew it off the line of scrimmage, smooth coming out of the break, makes contested catches. He's got the whole package, just doesn't have that top end speed. He'll fit in well here in Pittsburgh.
Steeler wide receivers had just 136 receptions last year. That was second fewest of any team in the NFL. They traded for Michael Pittman Jr. in March, and now they add Jeremy Bernard. The Steeler draft room is excited. The Steeler fans are most certainly fired up as round 2 of the NFL draft.
I would give Will Howard a chance.
In just a moment on ESPN.
I would give Will Howard a chance. I do think he's a baller. He's a good quarterback. So we got to think about going up now. Again, I still think it's a little too early. I think got to wait another 5 or so picks. I still think you're looking in the mid 50s, 54, 55, 56, somewhere in that range to where they're going to come up. And, again, let's see who's still falling. Like, edge guys falling. Yakis is still falling there. Kieron Crawford.
Tomorrow you shine.
Denied Dennis Sutton. I just think Denied Dennis Sutton will be there at 63. Those are the 2 edge rushers I would probably go for right now. If you want to trade up for like a CJ Allen or Jake Goldegg, an off-ball backer, good. So, yeah, there's guys on the board, but again, they did not sound too interested in trading up in the second round as at the press conference last night. And I think that they're going to wait until this gets to about mid 50s and look to trade up there.
Works for us. The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Yeah, you can go ahead and say what you want, Edward, but I strongly disagree with that as a Patriots fan. The cupcake schedule, you can say what you want there, but shit teams play shit teams all the time, and you don't make it to the Super Bowl by doing that. So, sorry. I'm not going to get into this and stuff. I know you get a little emotional and stuff, but I believe you were hating on McDaniels a couple years ago, too, saying that he sucked as an OC, and now all of a sudden he went assistant coach of the year, and you're on him. So, I'm not going to deal with that today. It was not there. That's not accurate. So, every player that ever played for Vrabel has wanted to play for him again. Guys were saying how he changed their lives this year for the Patriots. Listen, if you want to talk about the scandal and stuff that's coming out, that's a separate story. But Mike Vrabel was huge for this team last year. And what Tennessee did, they would never have done with any other coach without Mike Vrabel. So,
Reason 1, they're perfect for sharing. Reason 2 through 16, just look at all these toppings. They're making me hungry. Share new Little Caesars 4-in-1 sticks for only $7.99.
Pizza. Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set. Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
Technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online. I totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Edward doesn't put his grocery cart away. Those are the worst type of people. No, I'm just kidding. Sometimes I don't put my grocery cart away.
Big on weekend. Only on Royal Caribbean.
You ready? The Empire will keep coming for us. So do we run or do we fight? this kid.
The Mandalorian and Grogu, rated PG-13.
The 2026 NFL Draft is brought to you by Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
One, two,
Back on night 2 of this NFL
I'm you're talking about the Clemson receiver, right? I'm personally out on him. He's got a lot of juice. He's a good route runner, but I wouldn't take him. I guess it depends on where. You know, if he's available in the 5th or 6th, you could look at it maybe as a Pop Douglas replacement, but there's a couple other ones I like. So
the Falcons to be looking. Yeah, you look at the need areas for this team: a wide receiver, they could go D-line, secondary, that quarterback spot.
Atlanta's first pick, because they traded their pick to freaking the Rams, and the Rams took Taz Simpson.
South Carolina still on the board. Talk about Avion Terrell Clemson still on the board. Defensive backs have slid down a little further than we maybe thought back maybe 2 months ago.
But perhaps we'll see a run on those to come. The Falcons will make this selection here. We have Minnesota.
All right, Atlanta's first pick of this draft. Let's see who they take. What do they need? They could have used Jeremy Bernard. They need another receiver with Drake London there. I don't think there's a receiver I'd take in this spot.
2026 draft, and they're ready with the announcement.
Who's going to take a chance on Jermod McCoy? Kind of like Will Johnson last year. Great talent, falling down the board a little bit.
It's always both up, but both up to rise up, baby. And to my no-go family at home watching, I see y'all out there too. Now let's get down to business.
Let's get down to business.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select from the bloodline, Avion Terrell, DB, Clemson.
That's another one that was falling. One of the better players on my board. I had him at 20, so he fell a little bit. They get a corner there.
Oh, no, this is a beautiful moment.
I mean, the 3 best players on my board that are still available are all DBs. Jermod McCoy, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, and then
6 years older
D'Angelo Pons. D'Angelo Pons is up there for me, too. CJ Allen comes in close. Jake Golday. Cisse would be next. And then you got like Yakis, Kieron Crawford, all those guys.
With the Atlanta Falcons, and there they are embracing.
No, I actually do think that McCoy's knee, because McCoy straight up didn't play this year. He had really bad medicals. Well, he actually tested, but he hasn't played for like a year and a half, so that's definitely concerning.
Is so happy to be able to take the younger brother under his wing and kind of shepherd him right on it.
Howdy, Cole.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going pretty good.
Play the nickel position down there. Atlanta. Avion has played both.
What are we thinking so far?
As we were just talking about a little bit, I think it's a little bit, I don't know. I think that there's still going to be a couple edge rushers that come off the board before the Patriots are up. I don't think that we're looking at a trade up spot at all, unless it's in the mid to late 50s. Like, I just don't think they're going to move up very far for someone. So we'll see.
How about, let's see. Yeah. Rodriguez to the Dolphins stinks.
That's not fun.
TJ Parker to the Bills.
Yep.
2 potential Patriots to the division. Don't love that. Denzel Boston and Casey both to the Browns is interesting.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
It's a nice upgraded room for them.
Yeah. Edward, yeah, there's 2 tight ends that I like. I like Eli Stowers and Max Clare at 63 if either of them are there, depending on what the board is. Other than that, I like Oscar Delp. I don't know if Oscar Delp makes it to 95. They did do a top 30 visit for Oscar Delp, so maybe he makes it there, but that might be one that they'd have to trade up for in the 3rd round. He doesn't have a ton of production. He never had more than 300 receiving yards, but he has really good athletic traits. He's a great pass catcher, so Minnesota trades to Carolina. Yeah, when he reposted about a jersey swap in New England.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Maybe that's the pick at 63.
I've never seen that before.
I thought it was fake for a minute.
I did too.
I thought it was fake, and then I was like, because he ended up deleting it at some point, didn't he?
I don't know. I never.
Because I went to look at it personally, and it wasn't on there.
Edward, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, I never went to actually go check it personally, but I just saw a bunch of people reposting it and saying I thought it was fake, but it wasn't. McDaniels back to the 2 tight end system. Yeah, I think if you can get a guy who's versatile enough at that tight end position, I think it opens up some things that McDaniels would love to do for sure. I mean, obviously you don't have 2 tight ends that are Gronk and Hernandez caliber players, but like when they had those 2, they were cooking. It's too bad that Hernandez, was an awful human being because he was a good football player.
2026 NFL Draft.
Carolina came up for C.J. Allen.
The reigning NFC South champions, Carolina Panthers, select Lee Hunter.
Lee Hunter,
Nose
okay.
tackle, Texas Tech. Keep pounding.
Would you draft Pregnon if you'd have to trade Awenu? I wouldn't like it. No, I would not. Before they signed Elijah Vera Tucker, maybe, but I think you let Awenu's contract play out and then you move off of him next year, and then you try to find that right guard. Whether it's free agency or whatever. Maybe it's in the draft, but I don't think I would like Pregnon at this point, just with how the roster is currently constructed.
That's fair. Yeah, it's just tough because Onwenu's been your best, most reliable offensive lineman. It seems like they're inevitably going to split up just because the type of athletes that they're getting for this offensive line. But it's tough to. You're trying to upgrade your offensive line and protect your quarterback, and you trade away the best offensive lineman on your team. That's tough.
It is tough. I'm gonna switch my. I got to plug in my computer or my laptop, so I'm gonna switch my light around. Give me a minute.
Yeah, I do think safety is a sneaky need. It's not a bad idea. I like Jason and I were talking about the other night. I think there's a shot that if Byard plays well enough this year, they sign him to another 1-year deal, just because him and Vrabel fit well together. He's a good vet. But I don't know that you can necessarily bet on that. I think having a guy come in and learn from Byard would be just good experience for any kid. You see Rappaport's report on AJ today? Chase? Uh-oh. You got me?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got me?
Yeah, I got you now.
Oh, that's
yeah, did you see the Rappaport report today on AJ Brown?
1 sec. It's really quiet for me. I might have messed something up when I unplugged it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. You hear me still?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. It's like something weird's going on.
You can't hear me?
No, there we go.
You got me?
Now I got you. It was like really quiet for a minute. That's really
okay.
weird.
I didn't know if it was my mic or what.
No, it was me.
The Rappaport report today on AJ Brown?
No, I didn't.
Let me it's pretty similar to the same stuff, but we hadn't really seen him say anything as like as real, I guess, is what Schefter reported, but he said Trade talks between the Patriots and Eagles are expected to heat up again around June 1st, and it is safe to say it would be a surprise if a deal for A.J. Brown does not get done.
Yeah.
So it's kind of expected, but just another one of the top insiders just kind of saying. And I guess he doesn't necessarily say there that he's going to New England, but he's implying
he's going to get dealt.
Yeah.
All right. The Jets pick is in. I actually really like what the Jets have done. So let's see.
Yeah, they've had a good draft.
Here.
Listen, I grew up in a little town not too far from here called Homewood. And so I just want to take a brief moment to thank many of you in this crowd tonight, but the entire city of Pittsburgh for all of the love and support that you've given me throughout my career. Thank you. And with the 50th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select D'Angelo Pons.
That's a great pick for them. D'Angelo Pons. I mocked D'Angelo Pons to them at like pick 33 before they made a trade up. So to get him at 50.
That's yeah, another guy. Same with Cooper. They got him at a good spot too. Jeez. Our starting pitcher has allowed 5 home runs this game, Jace.
Who is it?
Brian Bayo.
Oh, gosh.
Just brutal. We just cannot win a baseball game. You want Bayo? We could trade us Alex Bregman.
No, I think we just got Bregman from you guys.
Brutal.
About studying a culture at Indiana, he did that.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but the Jets might have one of my favorite draft classes so far.
I mean, it's easy when you got 3 first-round picks, though, and you got the 2nd overall pick, you got the 16th pick, and you got the whatever the last one was.
Yeah, but it's easy. It's easy to not take, the good guys. Like Sadiq fell to them at 16 and they take him, and like I think he's a game-changing tight end. Like David Bailey's an elite edge rusher. They be aggressive and they go up and they get Omar Cooper, who's going to be a dang good receiver. So like just obviously it's a little bit of luck, not luck, but it's a little bit of what the other teams did, but they've done some good stuff.
Jets looking scared besides their quarterback. Yeah, that's kind of what I said last night.
It's like the meme with the 3 dragon heads where it's 2 of them are mean, but then the one of them looks like a dweeb, and it's like that's the quarterback. He just sucks.
Should be yeah, pretty much. Should be the 4 teams in the division and 2 of the quarterbacks versus the 2 of the quarterbacks.
All right, the Vikings, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren being here for them is actually crazy. If this isn't him, I'd be shocked because there were people that said they were going to take Tiedemann in the first. I thought that for sure. They could have even taken McNeil-Warren. So 51 for them if that's who it is.
Go Vikes. With the 51st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Jake Golday.
Oh, they take the backer. That would have been a backer I would have liked for them.
Welcome, brother.
You love these stories. Jake Golday was unranked coming out of high school.
Yeah, this guy, he has a lot of upside too.
Arkansas, the defensive end, wound up first team All Big 12 last year.
What did Jack Campbell have when Detroit Lions drafted him out of Iowa? He had the length, he had the size, he had the height. Inside linebackers, off-ball linebackers can be really disruptive when you're like Jake Golday, 6'4.5". 239 pounds at a 39 vertical. He will affect the passing game in that way. Over the athleticism, all 3.
Tony says I wouldn't trust AJ coming here until I see it. Yeah, Yeah, for his knee and his age. I mean, his age isn't bad. This is going to be his age 28 season, right?
Yeah.
So that's not bad. The knee does concern me a little bit. Just you're just kind of hoping that if they're going to trade for him, they feel confident about his knee and that it was literally just his role in this offense wasn't a good fit. He wasn't kind of a focal point. They wanted to run the ball a ton. And Devontae Smith is a really good wide receiver. So he kind of earned some of those targets here and there when they were actually throwing the ball. So hopefully he comes to New England and fits right in with Vrabel and you got Drake May. It's the best quarterback he's going to have had his whole entire career. So you hope that's the case and his knee isn't an actual issue.
Yeah. The knee one's worrisome, but also it's like he's been good the last couple of years. So all of a sudden is his knee just going to give out on him? Like, I don't know. That's not how knees usually work unless you have like an torn ACL or something. But that's what I'm curious about. Like, what is his knee injury? Like, because they say he's got bad knees, but like he's been fine the last 3 years. It was more of an underutilization thing last year.
It seems like they talk about it as like it's not an injury that's going to heal. It's like he's got chronic knee problems.
Yeah.
That his knees are just always bothering him. That's what they make it sound like.
Yeah.
Which you'd almost rather it be a knee injury that can get healed and that he's fine. So I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully we get the chance to watch him here.
Boston GM, I'm amazed CJ Allen's still here. Yeah, I had CJ Allen up at, actually I had him at 40 on my big board, but still, like, I didn't think that he would go before, or I didn't think that Golday would go before him. Trotter would go before him. So this is a little bit interesting. I think he is a little bit undersized though. Yeah, 6'3". Listen, I think that he's a great football player, but he might be getting the Nakobe Dean treatment. How Nakobe Dean was really good, but he fell because he had a shoulder injury too, but he fell a little bit because of his size too. Like he's not very long. He's not very tall. He's under 6'1". So maybe he's fallen a little bit because of size, which we've seen in this draft. People have fallen a lot because of their bad measurables.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing bad measurables more often.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just feel like we're seeing that all the time now. Maybe it's because we're looking for it more after taking Will
Campbell.
It's
because the COVID mutation that everyone got.
Yeah. There you go. That makes sense. Oh, God. You want to hear Brian Bayo's final line?
No. Yeah, I do.
3 1/3 innings pitched, 13 hits, 8 runs, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, 85 pitches.
Woof. Woof. That's a rough day at the office.
Yeah. 5 or 6 home runs allowed.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Woof.
That's tough. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it.
What about mine?
Love some nice comments like that. Got to get the good vibes going in here. Jace, your beard looks lovely.
Thanks, man. I shaved it a couple hours ago.
It looks fresh.
How long have you been growing your beard out for? Because it was longer at one point, right? Or like in the season, it was longer.
Yeah, I kind of let it go for like 3 months at one point, and then I just kind of clean it up like every few weeks now.
Yeah.
It just when it gets like long like that, you got to start like taking more care of it. Now it's just like you got to put like oils in it so it doesn't get dry and stuff.
Beard oils, all that fun stuff.
Yeah. So like now I'll just clean it up every so often.
All right, Packers on the clock. Let's hear who they're going to take.
Yes, they do put horses down for those performances. I don't think they can do that for Brian Bayo though.
It is my esteemed pleasure to make this second-round pick on behalf of Ed Policy, Brian Gutekunst, Matt LaFleur, and the millions of Packer fans across the world. With the 52nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Brandon Cisse, defensive back, South Carolina.
He's got some versatility, safety. Or no, he's more of a corner. The other Jalen Kilgore's a safety corner for them. But all right, that's fine. Listen, the edge rushers, I don't want to jinx it, but the edge rushers have kind of slowed down a little. Not as many have been coming off the board. So
that's because like 30 of them went in a row there.
That's true. But what the Patriots are up in 10 or 11 picks. We're at pick 53 right now. So what is it? 11, I believe.
Yep. Versus 63 we're at. So yeah.
Yeah. So
Big Citrus still on the board.
Big Citrus is on the board. And I know that's probably not going to go well with Patriots fans, but if all the edge guys are gone and they need a run stuffer in the middle, could look there.
Are we Boston GM says 9 away.
It's 11 away. Unless you know the picks already.
Well, Colts pick is in, so I guess Eagles 1, 2,
That's
3,
true.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If the Colts,
if you're counting the Colts pick,
then there's 9 more teams to pick, and then we're up after that. So
yeah.
If the Pats were to trade up,
yeah,
who would kind of be your top guys that you'd be looking at right now for them?
It would be Yakis, Kieran Crawford, or Eli Stowers, probably.
Yep. Okay. So those are kind of your top 3 you're hoping fall.
Yeah.
When do you think we'll look for a Carlton Davis replacement?
I mopped a Carlton Davis replacement in like the 4th or 5th round a lot. There's a couple big long corners there, a couple out of Washington, Ephraim Prysock, Takario Davis. So I think they could look for one this year. Now you got to develop one. If you're taking them in the 4th or 5th round, you're probably going to have to develop them, which is fine because you have Carlton Davis under contract, but they could easily look to get one here in this draft.
Yeah, you got him under contract for, like you said, the only guaranteed year is this year, right? As far as money goes.
Yes,
I believe. And he's got another year after that, but the guarantees aren't the same. So you could part with him after this year if you find his replacement. But they might just find that, hey, he's playing well enough, he's been healthy enough, hopefully, and maybe you keep him and you can push that off till next draft or whatever.
Yeah.
So one thing I was kind of
go ahead. Sorry. No.
I was just going to say one thing I was thinking about with the pick last night, with them taking this right tackle, is relating it to like taking a tackle as opposed to an edge guy. Is relating it to the AJ Brown deal. They're expected to give at least a 2nd round pick, maybe even a 1st round pick next year for AJ Brown. If Morgan Moses, if you didn't get that guy in the 1st round this year, Morgan Moses retires next year, you're either forced to take a tackle with the 1st pick next year, if you even have the 1st rounder. And a lot of the times, I don't think you're finding a guy that falls. You don't want to rely on that. You don't want to be forced to not be able to take best player available and say, hey, you need to go start immediately, even though we just took you at 28th overall or 32nd overall, wherever they end up. So I think they probably had that in mind as well. Let's get a guy this year. This is a guy we like well enough. We think he has potential. He'll sit behind Moses this year, can be kind of a swing tackle for this year, and then hopefully take over the season after, and then that opens them up next year for whatever they want. And if they do end up getting rid of their 1st round pick, you're not going to find a starting right tackle to start day 1, mid to end of the 2nd round.
Yeah,
that's tough. So I think they had that in mind.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to get one in and develop them, especially one who they had a 1st round grade on. They might not have a 1st round grade on a guy next year, especially where they're drafting. And so, yeah.
Yep. Baby Arms is still here. He's going to start next year.
And Baby Arms is going to be better because he'll have a fully attached MCL. He won't be hurt. He'll get another year of NFL really it's his first off season of like NFL workouts. Because when you're training for the combine and stuff, are we on the clock? You have
Pat's on the clock.
Are for real?
Yep, Pat's on the clock.
Trade up with the Eagles or the Chargers?
The Chargers, 55 overall.
Wow, there you go.
They traded 63, 131, and 202 for the 55th overall.
Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad because they keep their third and they keep their. What'd you say? 120, 131?
Ah, shoot. Eagles took Stowers or however you say it.
Damn it.
Oh.
What?
Pat's pick is in.
Oh, did you see it?
Yep.
All right, you can make the graphic then?
Yep.
Are you doing the trade graphic or the real graphic?
What do you want me to do?
I won't know do you want to do the trade one? Because I won't know the real one until it's announced on here.
Okay.
Okay, do the trade one and I'll get ready for the real one.
Okay.
I'll do the player one. That's a good pick for Philly. Shit, man.
Yeah,
getting a replacement for freaking Dallas Goedert. So they're on the clock at this is 55.
Yep. So real quick, what's your top picks again? Seeing how
with Stowers off the board, I'm looking at Yakis. I'm looking. Oh, I just clicked on the wrong button. I'm looking at Yakis. I'm looking at Kieran Crawford. Those are probably the only two that I could see coming up. Now there are guys that fell, right? People said Jermod McCoy could be taken with the Patriots at pick 31. He's a great corner. He's just had injuries. So, maybe that's your Carlton Davis replacement. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, that's an elite safety that can do a lot of different things. He was at 24 on my big board. He's still available here. So maybe they're trading up for one of the guys that fell.
This trade graphic takes longer than I would like it to.
All right, Pat's on the clock. Their pick is in.
You want to play the audio?
Correct. Commercial break. Yep.
Creativity.
I'll pull it when we get back from break, so we don't have to listen to the crappy commercials. Yeah, I think they had a top 30 visit with Yakis too, so that would make sense because they. Here you go. Here's the aggressiveness everyone wanted. So,
yep.
So they had top 30 visits. Romello Height, I don't think they would have traded up this early for Romello Height. R. Mason Thomas is off the board. Zion Young's off the board. Oscar Delp is still on there, but again, I don't think you trade up this early for him. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, they had a top 30 visit with him. I look nervous. I don't know. I always get nervous, because you never know, what's going to happen. You never know who the heck they're going to take. It could be freaking another Cole Strange. So we all have these prospects we love and we think would be great, but it's crazy. Yeah, Edward, they traded up. They're on the clock right now at 55. They traded, what'd you say, 131 and 20 something?
63, 131, and 202.
So they move up from 63 to 55, and then they give up 131, which is a late fourth, and then 202 is a late sixth. So they still have 3 6-round picks, but now they have no 4th or 5th round pick right now. Or actually, they still have a 5th round pick at 171, but they did trade one of them.
All right, trade one's done.
Okay. All right. Coming back from commercial. So the Patriots pick, you guys might have already seen it. Please don't spoil it. We'll be bringing you in. It sounds like they'll be. Here we go.
Round two, it has been a decidedly defensive affair. 17 of the 22 picks so far in this second round have been defensive players. The New England Patriots have moved up here to spot number 55, and here to help us with the announcement of their selection is the voice of the NFL, Alan Roach.
And now, a special message from United States service members stationed at our nation's capital.
Marines have defended freedom on land and at sea with courage and sacrifice.
Of course, we get the longest Marine Corps freaking commercial right before
Own the skies.
the Patriots are picking.
For 250 years, soldiers have answered the call, winning independence and preserving it. Sailors project America's strength across every ocean around the world.
On a new frontier, Guardians defend what keeps our republic secure.
Since 1941, the USO has supported service members and their families at home and abroad.
New England Patriots, you're on the clock.
Back to you in Pittsburgh.
All right, get to the pick.
Thank
Who's
you
announcing
to our men
it?
and women who serve in the United States
Roger
military
Goodell.
and for your
Great.
sacrifices to defend our country's freedom. With the 55th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Gabe Atkins.
All right, there you go.
Linebacker, Illinois.
There you go. That's that. They needed an edge. They needed an edge. That's a great pick for them.
I'm working on the thing real quick.
You're doing the drafted one?
Yeah, I started it.
All good. Yeah, since you knew.
The Big Ten in the regular season.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a tweener. He can play defensive end in the 3-4, or he can play the base end in the 4-3. And think about New England, how they use Christian Barmore, Milton Williams. He's in that mold. Super heavy hand. He will absolutely stone the living you-know-what out of you when he puts his hands on you, man. He can reset the line of scrimmage. He plays with all power, all effort. He can really set the edge. He can rush with power. He'll fit in well in New England.
All right. Thank you, Lewis. I'm told that the wheeling and dealing is not only taking place here at the draft, but also around the National Football League. Here's Shefty with the latest on that. Shefty.
All right, we have a big trade. The Minnesota Vikings have sent Pro Bowl linebacker Jonathan Grenard to the Philadelphia Eagles for a third-round pick tonight and a third-round pick next year. The Eagles already have reached agreement with Jonathan Grenard on a 4-year, $100 million deal.
Wow.
The Vikings save cap space, get 2 third-round picks back in return, and the Eagles make another move to bolster their defense as they continue wheeling and dealing.
All right. Well, let's talk about Gabe Yakis for a minute. I mean, Boston GM talked about it. Violent, relentless. He measured at 6'3" and 5/8. He had a 33-inch arm. He ran a 4.69 40-yard dash. Super athletic. He's got a great frame. He's really solid in the lower, so he has power. He's good with his hands. He does. He is probably a little bit better in the run game than he is the pass, but he had 13 and a half TFLs and 11 sacks. Yeah, I like this pick. This is like I would have been so happy with him at 63. I did not think that he was going to fall. So this is awesome. This is a great pick for them. Holy shit. Nate Borkacher went off the board at 56. What? Yeah, I mean, let me go look at the board. We probably had to jump if I'm looking Chicago. Yeah. I mean, Chicago was ahead of us twice. They had 57 and 60. Yeah, probably Chicago, maybe Jacksonville. I mocked him to Jacksonville a couple times. Just because he's versatile, can do a bunch of different things. So he finished his career number 2 in Illinois history in sacks with 27 and 9 for TFLs. So he's an experienced guy. He is going to be 22 years old. So he's had a lot of college football experience, but he also has been he's still like very young and moldable. So yeah, this is a great pick for them. This is a great pick for New England. This should be applauded for a lot of people. The aggression to trade up and get him, not risk losing him. They obviously had a high grade on him too. So this is awesome. This is a great job by New England going up and getting their guy and still keeping. Let me go look at all their picks, but still keeping. What is it? They still have their 3rd, so they still have pick 95. I don't believe they have a 4th anymore. Yep, no 4th. So there's no 4th round pick for New England. They still have 1 5th at 171. And then they have 3 6 still at 191, 198, and 212. They got rid of 202 and they're still 7. So they still have 5 picks on day 3. A 5th, 3 6, and a 7th. And they still have pick 93 that they have to make today. So or 95, excuse me, that they have to make today.
Yeah.
So still have moves. So
finally got that done. Jeez, that took me longer than
Boston GM for Yakis and Cole. There you go.
There we go.
$2.
Thank you. Boston GM always supporting.
What do you guys think? Let us know down below. Drop your grades, letter grades, B plus, A plus, A, and include the trade. You know, obviously they traded up. You know, was it too much? I don't think it was. I think that's great. You know, they move up at least, what was it? They moved up 8 spots. So you expect they have to give up something.
Yeah.
We got a B plus here from Alexa. We got an A from Tony. I'd give this one an A. Like, this is an A plus pick. The trade up, the aggression. I had Yakis on my big board at 44. So you get him 12 spots. That's 9 spots lower than what I had him on my big board. Some people had him a little bit higher. I thought he'd be off the board, especially with the way the edge rushers fell. It's a huge position of need for them. So I give this an A. I think I'm settling on, I know we'll do a full breakdown grading all the picks. I think I'm giving Lomu a B plus. Because it's hard to justify, hey, a guy that's a year away in the first round, but there's a need for it because, like Cole said, you don't want to force your hand next year. You need a Morgan Moses replacement, and it's better to just get a guy in and develop him than have to start a rookie. So B plus for that one, A for this Gabe Yakis one, especially with these seem like 2 guys that I don't think they expected to get at the positions they got him at, and that's why I think hence you saw them trading up. So. Moises, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Haven't heard from you in a while. So what do you think? Have you seen the Patriots draft picks? What are your thoughts so far on Gabe Yakis and Caleb Lomu so far?
Let's hear your thoughts. Yeah, it has been a minute since it's been on. All right. It's officially all set. Oh my God, Jace.
What? Is it good news or is it bad news or what? You can't say that.
Sorry. No, it's not anything that you really care about, but Red Sox.
Okay.
The Orioles just posted on their Jumbotron.
Yeah.
Because they've been doing fireworks for the home runs.
Okay.
No more home run pyro. Due to too many Orioles home runs, we have unfortunately run out of fireworks for the night.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Brutal.
That's embarrassing.
Yes, I'm sorry. That wasn't meant to be. Jeez. That's awful.
All right, Chicago. Let's see who they're taking.
Hey, Pittsburgh, what's going on?
I'll be right back. 1 second.
Yep.
Where's those Bear fans at?
Oh, wrong person. There we go.
I'm liking those cheese grater hats, my man. Grate that cheese right up. I love it. With the 57th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Logan Jones, center.
Oh, that's a good pick for them. They needed a center too.
That's a pick
I
that
like
makes
Connor
lot
Liu a
of
little bit
sense
more as a center,
when
but
you
that's a great
consider the
pick for
retirement
them. They needed a
of the
guy.
previous center, Drew Dolman. Logan Jones, two-time All-Big Ten at Iowa, won the Remington Trophy as the best center in the country.
Guys, if you
last
guys
year.
have not already, make sure you hit that subscribe button on YouTube. Make sure that you guys are commenting. Let us know any questions you have, just thoughts. We in here for another about 2 hours chilling, just watching the NFL draft, hoping the Patriots making another good selection at pick 95. Maybe they trade up. I can honestly see them too. I don't know how the board's going to fall. We're so far away, but with them trading away some of their picks, maybe they look to reacquire like a 5th round pick and move down early into the 4th round if there's still guys there. So they've moved up twice in the draft, which is great. But now maybe they try to trade down in the 3rd and get into the early 4th and potentially get another 5th or something. So we'll see. I don't think that that's a very likely San Francisco's trading their pick here. But yeah, this has been fun so far. Lots of movement. San Francisco trades to Cleveland. Cleveland go another receiver, maybe?
Now you got an anchor in Logan Jones. I think he fits the scheme, and certainly they've got experience and playing with Kirk Ferentz.
They're trading away all the picks for this. Yes, they are. Vrabel's just saying, hey, screw those day 3 picks. I won't be here.
Center only, so is Garrett Bradbury, quite honestly. So you got to kind of have 2 guys that are really just singularly focused.
That's
on
funny.
one
That's a good one, Boston GM. That's funny.
He's a good football player.
All right, cue the booing. The Browns are back on the clock, and they're ready with their next pick.
Okay, Brownies, we back in the building. We're back in the building. With the 58th 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Emmanuel McNeil Warren. DB.
You thought you had it right there.
Get it.
Warren, that's a great little bit.
Warren is from Tampa, started the past 3 seasons at Toledo, had 5 interceptions, including 1 that he took back for a touchdown.
I think you're muted, Cole.
Sorry. That's for us. He went that far.
I am too. I mean, I had him at 24 on my big board, so that makes sense why they traded up and go get him. That's a great pick for them.
Yes, I am very excited. Hopefully that deal does get done. It'll be the best receiver we've had in New England in a while. I mean, who do you think is the last? I mean, Brandon Cooks, maybe?
Yeah, probably. But I still think like elite AJ Brown is better than the best version of AJ Brown is way better than the best version of Brandon Cooks, probably.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
I mean,
Cooks
dare we say he's the most talented guy since AJ Brown? Or gosh, not since AJ Brown, since Randy Moss. Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Josh Gordon was. I mean, Josh Gordon had so much talent.
He did.
It just didn't come to fruition. I mean, he did solid in New England, but I mean, yeah, Edelman, Brandon Cooks are kind of the guys that come to mind. But really, yeah, probably I would say he's better than every receiver that we've had since probably Randy.
Yeah.
At his peak. We'll see what he looks like. So I got a question for you, Jace.
Yeah.
We've had the pizza year. We've had the mayonnaise year. What do we got
this year?
Yeah.
I don't know. I got to go find out what's in my fridge.
You're going to have to find something.
I need to go. Carlos isn't here. That's why. All right, Houston's picking. Let's see who they go with. Mustard? Heck no.
There you go. Chad has spoken.
Last time the commissioner took my opportunity to talk,
Hot
so
sauce.
I definitely have to say hello to my 2 children.
You guys are trying to kill me here.
Give a shout out to the care lead.
I got a wife I have to respond to after this. I don't want to be dead down here.
Bushwood Elite. And the winning
I had like a immunity shot today with cayenne pepper in it.
Oh, woof.
I was not ready for that.
For the Houston Texans, they select Marlon Klein.
Wow. Tight end. These tight ends that are going off the board are not better than Max Clare or Oscar Delp, in my opinion. This worries me a little bit that you are seeing some of these guys come off, that there might be one of those guys that we like there in the third. Or they might just have to pivot to a different one.
Well, Oscar Delp is already a Patriot, according to him. So,
yeah.
I'm not worried.
He just
about
tells
it.
every team that calls him to draft him, nope.
Yeah, nope. Did you not see my story? I'm going to the New England. Diablo sauce. Shoosh. You got some great options here.
I think you were saying you liked Marlon Klein in like the 4th round, right, Boston Jim? That's where I had him. I had him as a 4th round grade. I wouldn't have taken him till day 3.
Anthony Hill Jr.
Like, I'd take Sam Roush over like Marlon Klein probably.
Another linebacker off the board.
Tennessee.
Yep.
Titans traded up to this pick, right? So they traded with the Bears.
Yep. Anthony Hill Jr.
Yeah. I think I was talking about this before you got back on, but could you see the Patriots trading down from 95 to maybe acquire another pick since they've moved some?
Yeah. Do we have a list of their picks that are left?
Yeah. So they have their 3rd, and then they have 1 5th, 3 6th, and a 7th. So they have 5 picks on day 3.
Okay. Yeah. I could see them trading back a little bit to fill the gap. But also you got so many 6th-round picks that I don't know. You could almost package it to get into
so their picks right now, they have 95, then they
Mhm.
have 171, which is in the 5th, 191 in the 6th, 198 in the 6th, 212 in the 6th, and 247. So you have a lot of picks in the 190s and lower.
My concern
is
is if you're going to trade back from this 3rd-round pick, if you're just going to trade back, say 5 to 10 spots, you're probably going to get another couple 6th-round picks.
Yes,
You know
you're
what I mean?
not
How
going to
many
get
do you
a
want in that
5th round
spot?
pick. Exactly. I agree.
Yeah.
That's what's hard is with how many 6 they had is like going down from 95 to 105 is not worth. So no one's going to give you a 5th or a 4th or 5th round pick for that. It's going to be another 6 or 7. So
yeah,
I agree. Unless they were to trade down for a future pick, because you have seen some teams that will like, what was it when the Patriots traded down with Carolina a couple years ago and Carolina took Matt Corral? They gave him a future 3rd. I think it was like a 3rd round pick there for a future 3rd. And so maybe they could try to get a future pick from trading down, but
198 plus 202 should get you into the 4th.
I just don't know many teams that would do that unless they're short on picks. Like, I don't know many teams that will go, like, if you're looking at the picks in the 4th round, I don't know many teams that are going to go from, let's say, 126 all the way down to 198. Like, that's 70 picks right there.
Bills have 1, 2, 3 4th-round picks. Niners have 3 4th-round picks.
What do they have after that? Do they have like any later round picks too?
Niners have 1, 2, 3, 4 4th-round picks. The Niners?
Yeah. They have nothing after the 5th.
1 pick in the 5th. And yeah, nothing in the 6th. Nothing in the 7th.
Interesting. Yeah.
So maybe if they wanted to trade back one of those 4th-round picks that they have.
Yeah, the Texans have 2 4ths, a 5th, and a 7th, so they don't have any. The Titans have 1, 2, 3. They have 3 5ths, but they also have 2 6ths. The Seahawks have a 2nd, a 3rd, and then nothing till the 6th, so you can't get anything out of them. The Saints have 2 3rds and 2 5ths. The Ravens have a ton of picks. The Rams have a ton of late round picks.
Did you see this?
What
This
is
right
it?
here.
Oh, He can't put his hands in his
Rouse.
pockets. Yeah. Yeah, see, he's another one where like his film was really good. Like he had really good film. He's a great run blocker. He's competitive at the catch point. He's a good route runner. But the measurements are going to be the question: is how do NFL teams view him?
Yeah. Did you have Eli over Gabe? As far as like, if Philly didn't pick him?
No, I had Yakis ranked higher than I had Eli Stowers.
Okay.
I would have loved Eli Stowers. Or like I had Eli Stowers a little bit down my board just because I felt like that there was a little bit of concerns. Like I think it was Boston GM that was talking about this with his pass blocking. He is right now a straight up pass catcher. His run blocking is not there yet, and so that's why I had him a little bit down. I have Max Clare ranked higher than Eli Stowers because he does more, like he's better at run blocking and pass catching. But Eli Stowers is probably, other than Kenyon Sadiq, who's a freak, the way he tested, he's going to be an NFL weapon. It would have just been fun to have him in the offense because of what he can bring there, but he doesn't give you much in the run game.
So Philly has added a couple pass catchers in free agency. They added
Makai
Lemon in the first round, Stowers in the second round, and they have Goddard on a 1-year deal still.
Yeah,
I believe.
Yeah,
that's a lot of pass catchers.
It's a lot.
Seems like somebody's going to be the odd man out there, Mr. Brown. Yeah, Philly making some moves though. Trading up for Lemon and then trading for Jonathan Grenard.
61st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the LA Rams select Max Clare, tight end from
There you
Ohio
go.
State, baby.
Yep. See, that's tough. That's good for them though, because man, they have so many tight ends though.
I know. That's what I was just going to say. That's like their third starting tight end.
Gosh.
That's just what Matt Stafford needed. Another versatile weapon.
Yeah, that's crazy to me because they took Terrence Ferguson last year pretty high. And then they have Higbee. It's Higbee, right? Now you have Max Clare. I do like Max Clare a lot. He was my tight end too. So that's, that sucks.
I think we're allowed to play this.
Is it an interview?
No, it's a
They have Gabe Yakis's picture as Max Clare's thing right now on the on ESPN.
Yeah, I see that. It's funny. Oops. There you go.
There we go.
Just a little highlights.
Choppy.
Yeah, it's probably a little choppy.
He's number 17 for obviously the navy and orange team, but number 17 for those of you guys trying to identify him.
I don't know how choppy it is for you guys on the comments, but it looks fine for me, obviously.
Yeah, it's gotten better. It started off choppy, but it's good now.
Okay. This video is from Taylor Kyles.
I hate these commercials with Peyton Manning.
Oh yeah, they're all over the place. Ooh, strip sack. That was a poor throw. There you go. Couple little highlights from the new guy. Let's throw this back.
I always thought that it was like a Y. I always thought that it was Gabe. Oh, yeah, you're right. But I think it's like
Akis.
Yakis. I think it's Yakis. Akis? I don't know. That's a good. We should go to. Have you ever looked at his pronunciation guide?
I have not. I will right now, though.
We should see. I thought it was like Yakis, like a Y.
Akis.
Akis?
The J is silent.
I knew that J was silent, but I thought it was like a Y or something.
Gabe Akis. Thank you, guys.
Bills are on the clock, right?
Chargers. Bills pick is in.
Oh, Bills pick is in, but it hasn't been announced, right? Well, I guess you probably have seen it.
I haven't. I have now.
You have now.
Yep. Fernando Mendoza. Didn't see that coming. Can't blame him for trying to move on from Josh Allen, though. Bum.
All right, let's see who. Let me add this back. Oh, we got to go here. There you go. Let's see who this is now.
We had to take advantage of the opportunity to come up here with the legend, Penn State and Buffalo. With the 62nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select David Igbinosun.
Whoa, corner.
DB, Ohio State.
Whoa. It's a little bit of a reach for them.
Davison Igbinosun is from Union Township, New Jersey. Began his college career at Ole Miss, transferred to Columbus in time to start all 16 games in the national title season of 24, then made the first team All Big Ten last year.
Yeah, this is a long corner at 6'2", 190 pounds. And for a guy who's that long, he's got good body control. He's got real smooth, fluid movement. What you see show up time and time again is this guy competes for the rock now down the field. In those 50-50 situations, he's going to win those more times than not. Did you see right there?
Yeah, they needed corner, but I mean, I guess Jermod McCoy has horrible medicals because he's the best one on the board. Keontae Scott's a great nickel type of guy there too. Keith Abney out of Arizona State, I would have taken over who they just took. So it's not a bad pick. Like, I don't think it's that big of a reach. It's probably a 20 pick reach in my opinion, but all right, so this is where the Patriots should have been taking. Where do they go in round 3? I'm leaning best available inside linebacker or safety. I know 10 is needed, but I don't think it's smart to do that. I do. My dream pick at 95, where they're sitting right now, is Oscar Delp. I think he's a great tight end. If there's a linebacker there, I don't know who's going to be available there at this spot there. So I wouldn't mind a linebacker. I could see them going safety. Take on me.
Let's see. All right, last pick in round 2.
Oh, guard out of Florida. Here's where the interior offensive line is going to start coming off the board.
Gabe Akis says he looked up to Matthew Judon.
Ooh. Is he going to wear the red sleeves?
Interesting. Maybe. He said he felt he really hit it off with the Patriots coaching staff on the 30 visit, especially outside linebackers coach Mike Smith. Adds he felt like New England would be the right fit for him. He says he plays with a relentless motor and brings violence to the defense. And Carlos said, posted that he put up 30 reps on the bench press this year, which was fifth most among all participants. Says his wrestling background helped him significantly with hand fighting and leverage as an edge defender. Yeah, it's cool to see how some of these other sports that these guys can do help them. Like even Drake said basketball helped him a lot, just as not even necessarily like football technique wise, but just as an athlete, making plays on the run, stuff like that, maybe.
Yes, we both loved Akis. Sorry, I'm so used to saying it with a Y. So yes, we both liked Akis. I in my opinion, it was probably the best player available for them, and so them going up and not risking him falling is awesome. It was at the biggest position of need, and so yes, that it's a great pick for New England.
Yeah, just wait and see. This is uncommercial, the draft still.
Yeah. Seattle's pick is in, last pick of the first, the second, and then we'll be going to the third.
It's a good change of pace to see the Pats trade up for some guys.
Yeah.
I just feel like we haven't seen that much in the past. It's been a lot of trade back, wait. I think that's kind of just the cost. You went up almost 10 spots. Yeah, like you said, to go get your guy. I'm okay with it. They have so many extra picks this year that these are the kind of things you can do if you feel good about a guy. You can go up and get him and not feel too concerned about the price point. I haven't looked at the actual chart to see if it was completely even or not, but it's not something that I'm opposed to the price.
Yeah, I think with the extra picks, it makes sense. It sucks that you don't have a fourth now, but you still have a fifth, 3, 6, and a seventh. Like we said, if they wanted to trade down in the third, they could, but you're not going to replace your fourth or fifth round pick there. So, yeah, I think that it was good.
Halsey still on the board?
Yes, he is.
Interesting. Interesting. A couple of these safeties have fell further than I expected.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Bud Clark too. I had Bud Clark on my board at 66. So actually like right in this range. But when you compare him to AJ Halsey, who I had at 41, heck no.
Yeah, I know. There's a big difference there.
All right, third round starting. Patriots are picking 95th in this round unless we get a trade, obviously. If Halsey were to fall to 95, that's a no-brainer pick. He would be an incredible player year one and to potentially replace Kevin Byard. Like, I think Kevin Byard can sign an extension, but Halsey would easily be able to learn from him and take his place after a year if you don't want to re-sign a 4-year-old. Is he 33 this year? How old Kevin Byard is? Or is he only 31?
30. Ooh, let me see.
I thought he was like 33.
Yeah, I think he is. No, not Kevin Bacon.
Kevin Bacon.
Jeez. 32. He'll be 33 in August. So yeah,
Okay,
this is gonna be his age 33 season.
Yeah. Mammoth game starting here in 10 minutes. Oh, crap.
The Bruins lost last night.
Yeah, they did,
Celtics,
right?
Celtics are playing right now.
Are you watching the Red Sox over the Celtics?
I am not watching either at the moment. Might throw the C's on in the background. I mean, Red Sox are down 9-3 right now. I'm just shocked they have 3 runs on the board.
The heck? I just realized my phone hasn't been charging this whole time. It's about dead. That sucks. All right, we're speeding this up even more. A quarterback. Shit, they wanted to trade back in for Ty Simpson.
Carson Beck.
Is that who it is?
No.
You're shitting me, right? No way. Whoa. Wow.
That's something.
Wow.
Over Nussmeier.
I mean, Carson Beck has all the intangibles. He's great. The only problem is he chokes and he turns the ball over, which are two things you cannot do as a quarterback. Now,
That's not ideal.
No, it's not ideal. But if you watch him, like, he has a great arm. He's good accuracy. He can make all the throws. It's just he turns the ball over. It's like if you can get that out of him, which I think it's very hard to coach that out of someone, but he has all the talent.
Oh, God. Apparently Jalen Brown's hurt. You can play that audio if you want. So,
Yeah, I actually do like Drew Aller too. That's another one that probably could have been a first or second round pick last year, had a bad year, and he got hurt. But he's got the best arm talent. Like, his arm talent is insane.
Oh, I forgot. This is Broncos' first pick. So did you just say that?
Say that again.
Broncos' first pick. Is this right now?
No, the Broncos, they picked, or did they trade back? Yeah, they traded back. So this is their first pick. Yeah.
The 2026 NFL Draft. The Denver Broncos select Tyler Onyedum, D-tackle, Texas A&M.
Whoa, he went a little higher than I thought. That was a guy that some people had mocked to the Patriots in like the 5th or 6th.
Artie's from Richmond, Texas.
Wow.
Transferred after starting 21 games at Iowa State, had 2.5 sacks and a forced fumble in his one season with A&M.
So you look at a couple of games I saw. Notre Dame game, he was 7 tackles in that game. Against Missouri, 5 tackles, 2 were for loss. Against Texas, he had 3 tackles for loss and a sack. He's 6'3 and a half, 292 pounds with big hands and long arms. 34 and a half arms, got a 32 vertical, gets off blocks, gets to the football. Hand usage was good. He's versatile. He makes his presence felt against the run and the pass. Good athleticism for his size.
Yeah, we both like the Akis pick. It just feels like such a Vrabel guy with the violence and physicality, and Feels pretty well rounded. Yeah, just it's good to see them start to take these guys and form it into the culture that Vrabel wants his team to play with for an identity. So, yeah, big fan of the pick.
I'm going to go find something in my pantry to eat, and it will be a surprise for everyone.
All right, can't wait.
I'll go see what I got up there for you guys.
Earlier tonight in round number 2. I know they're set to go with another selection here in round 3.
All right, here we go. With the 67th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Raiders select Kieran Crawford, defensive end, Auburn. Welcome to the Raiders.
Now, he never played a snap of football till the senior year of high school in Tennessee. He was a basketball star.
Yeah, I know. That's what we were just talking about. It's good to see, though. I like that they're being aggressive and going to grab somebody that they like instead of all these years in past where they're like, trade backs, hope somebody falls into our lap. It's good to see. You don't want to see him waste assets, but I'm glad to see they're excited enough about these players to go up and get them.
Excellent game against Alabama as well.
Yeah, both excited about the pick. And in the two positions in need, but it also feels like two players that were worthy of the pick as far as the talent goes. You're not just reaching for need. So you like to see that as well. It's always a tough situation when you feel like you're forced to take a certain position, but that doesn't, it feels like they took the positions they needed, but it was also players that were good enough to be taken in that spot, which is nice. Celtics are making this game stressful.
Is headed to Las Vegas, and Carson Beck is headed to Arizona. So this third round started with a bang with our third quarterback to go off the board. We'll see if there are any more. The picks will come every 5 minutes the rest of the night. It's round 3 of the NFL Draft on ESPN.
Jeez. I think they're trading day 3 picks because Vrabel won't be there. No, I think they kind of already, they've had these conversations. They know who they like. I'm sure they'll call Vrabel if they want his opinion on something.
Sorry, 1 second. Post on LinkedIn.
But yeah, I think the front office has it handled. I'm not too worried about it.
Update. And posted.
Yeah, I agree. The tackle drop off was far after they got Lomu, and then same thing with Akis there. Felt like that was kind of one of the last guys in that tier.
Don't rush indulgence. Rich, smooth, creamy. Take your sweet time. That's Daz.
Full Dr. Pepper cherry is the best.
No, Rich Dr. Pepper blackberry is the best.
It's Dr. Pepper and cream soda.
I reckon it's Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream.
Find your flavor.
Pick up a tight end in the draft. That would be great. A couple guys that Jason and I like already have gone, but it's definitely a sneaky need. You don't have Austin Hooper. Hunter Henry is getting older, and he's really your only guy who has any pass-catching ability from there. If he gets hurt, you're in a really tough spot. So I think tight end is something that they should target here.
Or similar. Cars are all about the details. Rental cars are also about the details. It's cool when you can pick the exact car you want and pick it up exactly where you want, like here, or even way out here, but never here. No one wants to be here. You want to be here. Turo. Rent a car, not a rental car.
Try new Sonic refreshers.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems, like snoring, that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the unrivaled training, know-how, and tools to match you with a perfect sleep system designed to help, like the Temper Ergo Smart Base. It automatically detects, responds, and helps reduce snoring. And right now, upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and get 3% back, plus a $300 instant gift. So for the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy.
We're back. It's round 3 of the NFL draft in Pittsburgh. Round 2 moved along quickly. The Philadelphia Eagles are set to make what will be their 3rd selection, taking a pair of pass catchers with their first 2. Mekhi Lemon last night, the wide receiver out of USC, and then Eli Stowers.
Bad news. We don't have anything good up there.
You got nothing?
I had a really dry turkey sandwich my wife got from the store. I didn't want to eat that, so I just have Doritos.
All right. Markel Bell to the Eagles.
That's a good pick. He's a massive human being.
Yeah, he is.
NFL draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Markel Bell, tackle from Miami.
Markel Bell is a big man, a shade over 6'9", 346 pounds. Started 21 games at left tackle for the U after coming from Holmes Community College in Goodman, Mississippi.
I like Kozul too, and it would be easy. My favorite late day or midday 3 pick at tight end right now is Eli Raritan. Kozil to me just feels he's not giving you any run blocking. Yeah, Boston GM. Eli Raritan's my favorite tight end. Kozil's fun. He's 6'6" plus. He's massive. He can go up and get the ball, but I don't know if that's like the type of tight end the offense wants. So Sam Roush, I really do like Sam Roush. If you're looking for a guy that's really well-rounded, that's like can do both. I know he has a couple of scary measurements. Sam Roush should be one. Oscar Delp is still my favorite one available. I don't mind Justin Jolly. Jack Endries is also another guy. If they're looking for straight best blocker, it's probably Will Kakmarek, which is out of Ohio State, which has the Mike Vrabel connection. So that'd be interesting, but
yeah, it seems like these guys are going early.
Yeah.
Tackles. Celtics are really making this Sixers series a pain.
I have some special guests.
I like Michael Trigg too, but he's far away from being a tight end. At one point, I thought he was going to be great, but I don't know. He's a pass catcher, but I don't know if he's anything else. And even then, like Baylor kind of put him out wide, and they didn't do a lot with him. They just put him out wide and let him go be bigger than everyone.
The NFL and the Bears work with Friends of the Children as part of our Inspired Change initiative.
Oscar Delp, no doubt about it, probably.
Kylan and Timothy, it's time to announce the pick.
With the 69th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select
Sam Rosas.
Sam Roush. He pronounced it wrong. The kid pronounced it wrong.
So the Bears select tight end Sam Roush from Stanford, who is 6'6", 267 pounds, and ran a 4.7 40, caught 89 balls over the last 2 years and 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, I'll tell you, if he had longer arms, he might be a higher pick than this. That was the issue. The short arms, how would that impact him in terms of blocking at the pro level? We're talking about a good job finding soft spots in the defense. He did that at Stanford on a regular basis. This past year, he set a career high with 49 receptions for 545 yards, had huge games against SMU and Pitt. You look at him lettered in basketball in high school as well. Now, you talk about too many drops in this season, short arms. Impressive size doesn't always translate to the field on a consistent basis.
Come on, guys. Jeez Louise.
It could be a little better. The short arms, as I say, as a blocker, are going to come into play in the NFL. Didn't in college, but it will at the pro level. Longer arms, you're talking about a guy who would have gone much higher, Lou.
Yeah, look, he was really subject to some really.
What's the series at? Is it 1-1 or 2-1?
It's 1-1. Come on, JT.
He does really is catch the football. Not a real good blocker, not very fast, but dependable hands as far as I saw.
Yeah, 1-1 back in Philly.
San Francisco set to make it. They took a wide receiver, Dejon Stribling.
Past like 3 possessions for Philly has just been Paul George, Jalen Brown, or Jalen Brown on Paul George, set a screen, and
NFL draft.
toss it to Andre Drummond.
San Francisco 49ers select Romello Height, defensive end, Texas Tech.
There goes Romello Height.
Yeah, I mean, getting Yakis is, or Akis, sorry. Gosh, I got to get used to that. Getting Akis is way better. I was interested in Romello Height just because his pure pass rushing ability alone.
12 with 10 quarterback sacks.
6'3", about 239 pounds. Good arm length. Ran 4.64 with a 39 vertical. Opposite David Bailey. He's up at Lee Hunter inside.
And a boy Pritchard. Wow, that's a big shot. Holy.
Was outstanding. Had 2 sacks in that game in the playoff game against Oregon. 5 tackles in the sack. He's a speed off the edge guy. That's what gets your attention right away. He's got easy bend around the arc. Nice job of setting up the offensive lineman. Chase down plays in pursuit. Now against the run, how effective will he be at the pro level?
No way.
Playing personality fits perfectly with what San Francisco asked their defensive ends to play like. He is 1,000 miles an hour, has one of the real good spin moves that you'll see in college football. But I'll tell you what, Chris Kaczmarek, the defensive line coach in San Francisco, you best believe he loved the way this kid played, playing personality-wise.
The Washington Commanders made the 7th pick of his draft, and they will make the 71st when we continue next. Live from Pittsburgh, the NFL Draft on ESPN.
Sorry, the bar's not open yet. Oh, it's not for me. It's for the bride. She said, "Can I get the clean, crisp taste of a Bud Light?" Her words, not mine.
That still was a pretty big
she wants
gap between tackles taken. Barth just tweeted that it was a 40-pick gap from the Pats pick to the Eagles.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what people expected. It was kind of like that first round run, and then you thought it was going to be, all right, closer to the 3rd round.
Yeah. I mean, the tackles on the board. Yeah, Caleb Tiernan, I'm not a fan of. I do like Travis Burke, but obviously we took him. Or we're not taking him anymore. Austin Barber, Diego Pons. Yeah, like.
Hey, Mercedes, Josh's playlist. The luxurious tranquility of a GLE.
That was nice while it lasted.
Welcome to your happy place. Welcome home. See your Mercedes-Benz dealer for special offers.
I probably did too, Boston GM. I shouldn't say I probably did. I did like the Dennis Sutton. The problem with him is he's so heavy with the run stopping that I was like, could they use a better pass rusher? That's why maybe they would have taken Romello Height, but Dennis Sutton is clearly the better player. He actually has more sacks all-time Penn State history than Abdul Carter, but he just played there a little bit.
Yeah.
Of the game and for all that's around.
Boss GM with another $2, man. You are the man. We appreciate
Thank you.
Yep, we appreciate you.
And the moments that make
Appreciate you guys hanging out with us tonight.
This is the best time of the off season.
Where we're throwing it down.
Draft day.
Walking it off. And here, the home of the SEC Network.
Oh, I hate that
Tiny
call.
but mighty Ritz Bits, now with bold pizza flavor.
You had me at Ritz.
Oh, come on.
DoorDash has got you covered.
Is it like a close game and is it almost over?
Yeah, it's a minute left.
I was hoping it wasn't like the first quarter or something. You're just freaking out because it's 20 to 20.
No.
All right, that makes a little more sense.
No, it's a 5-point game with a minute left, but the Sixers are at the free throw line right now.
That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to live commentate the whole.
Well, I was like, because you hadn't been talking about the Celtics really until just barely. And so I'm like, did it just start? And it's like first quarter and Cole's just already getting mad or because the Celtics pissed you off? Is that what it is?
I was just waiting for crunch time.
Trendsetter.
I was hoping this series would be one I didn't have to watch too much because it was going to be a nice, easy series. But boy, are they making it tough.
Speedster from Georgia. Now we get Caleb Tiernan, and they're the left tackle out of Northwestern. Shorter arms than you prefer, pushes them down. He had a really good career at Northwestern for the Wildcats. So we'll say this: we have not had running back 3 selected yet.
That's
true. 3-point game.
I thought we would get a running back taken in the second round.
Round 2. Mike Washington Jr., my 3rd highest rated running back.
Oh yeah, because one went at the very end of the first, not the second.
If that's the direction they go, they haven't picked in quite some time.
Come on, one more bucket.
The Commanders with the next pick here.
Hello, Pittsburgh. How are you tonight? First and foremost, to an amazing, amazing town, sports town and fans, Pittsburgh, thank you for being a great host of the 2026 draft. You guys are amazing.
Let's go.
Tie game.
JT just hit a big three at the buzzer to put him up 6.
I want to say this first and
25
foremost,
seconds to go.
I get a great opportunity for you, Pittsburgh, to pass the torch to myself and my fellow crew in Washington, D.C. for next year's 2026-27 NFL Draft on the Mall in Washington, D.C. Washington, the sports capital.
Let's go. We're back, baby.
Got some information earlier today. The girls' flag football became an officially sanctioned high school varsity sport in Maryland, paving the way, creating more access.
Who do we pick now?
For your female athletes
Are you asking, Edward?
across the
Or are you saying who did we pick?
Josh Harris and the Commander organization for making this possible. It'll also be great for my granddaughters, Malaya, Merrick, and Macy Grace, for their opportunities to come with them. Thank you so much for girls flag football, a high school sanctioned event in Maryland. Thank you so much. And then now it is a great honor with the 71st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. Sonny Styles was a character person.
Oh my gosh, just make the pick. I hate when
I
people
know. What are we doing?
For our organization for years to come.
They're starting to boo him.
Dan Quinn and the Washington Commanders, I want to say we select. We don't go defense for this pick, we go offense. Antonio Williams, wide receiver, University of Clemson. Thank you, Pittsburgh, and good luck.
Yes, Oscar Delp is still available.
Antonio Williams.
Last pick was Gabe Akis, Edward. I'm not sure if you were here for that or not. I can't remember.
Tight ends have had a little bit of a run coming off the board. It's been weird. It's Sam Roush came off the board. Borkiker, which I did not think was going to go that early. Same with Marlon Klein, but Claire, Stowers, and Kenyon Sadiq are off the board. So Oscar Delp's a target. Justin Jolly. I mean, I think you could wait for probably the 4th. We don't have a 4th round pick, so maybe you'd have to trade up or something for that. But Delp would be the one tight end in the 3rd that I would probably be looking at targeting here. And they seem to love him, and he was on a top 30 visit. Dude reminds me of the motivationals. Listen, I like when like Pat McAfee or people go up there and they're like being funny and stuff and getting with the crowd, but that guy was just in it for himself. He was just going. Like, he needed to shut up. He was starting to piss me off.
Yeah. There's some of them that are like for a cause, or like the Make-A-Wish one the other day, like stuff like that is good. But some of them take it for their 15 seconds of fame spotlight, and it's like, all right, buddy, get out of here.
Like when he was about to make the pick, and then he was like, Sonny Styles was a character, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, just make the pick. Don't bring up the future pick or the former pick.
Yeah.
Davis, cornerback.
Oh, there you go. Takario Davis, who I thought would have been a good pick to potentially, develop and play behind Carlton Davis. He goes to Cleveland here. Probably a little bit earlier than I expected, but a long corner like that, you expect someone to take a chance on him.
6'4", I say 194 with that arm. They started 7 games during the regular season, had 3 pass breakups, 2 interceptions against Rutgers. That was the game that stuck out.
You think they make another pick tonight?
5 tackles and a tackle for loss there. Excellent length. Like the
Yeah, I do. I don't think they trade down
because
because they have enough ammo for tomorrow. Like they still
I
are
just
going
don't
to
think
make
it makes
5
a ton of sense.
selections. Yeah, like you don't need to get an extra 5th or 6th round pick. If you could get a 4th, then maybe. But yeah, you're not going to get that. So just stick and pick at 95, and then if you want to move up with one of your 6 or 2 of your 6 into the 4th, you can do that. But
Yeah.
He fits very well in that scheme. When he can do that, he's pretty good.
Yeah, unless you're getting like a fourth and something like that, just fill that gap. Celtics W. Series
There you
2-1.
2-1.
I didn't like how he played against the run. Look, his teammate, Ephesians Prysock, who's on the other side, who's another long corner, was the much more aggressive of the two, but this guy has good physical skills to work with.
No.
Defense, and then defense. 33 passing touchdowns.
I'm guessing Oscar Delp just got taken.
Yeah. Saints. Shoot.
Yeah, so probably not a tight end that I'm looking to take at 93 right now.
Tonight, here they come in round 3.
Why didn't he tell him no?
Man.
Why didn't he tell him no?
That's what I'm wondering.
With the 73rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Oscar Delp, tight end, Georgia.
Yeah, so
that stinks.
Linebacker, maybe there's a tight end that you could reach for a little bit, Justin Jolly, but
Had an eye-opening performance at Georgia's Pro Day and has just been climbing really since then. Yeah, you know about 6'5", you know about 240 plus pounds.
They're going to ask him about his Patriots jersey swap.
They should. Oh, here's a trade. Who's coming up?
They took him back, throwing the ball down the field to Delp, but the underneath stuff, he wasn't utilized there. That was a guy named Zachariah Brandt with the bubble screen. So Oscar Delp, from a physical talent standpoint, Brock Bowers, when he was there, and he came in, he said, this kid's got a chance to be really good, really special.
Giants have traded up to pick 74. And the Browns are getting 105, 145, and a 2027 fourth.
Whoa.
So that's kind of a lot.
Yeah, they gotta love someone right here.
Down the field, they use them in the bubble
Yeah.
games. They kind of flip-flopped the way I thought both of those players could have been utilized.
Look, think about Oscar Delp, Jawan Johnson, Jordan Tyson, Chris Olave, Travis Etienne.
Who would it be that they
Right now
love?
you're going, this is pretty good.
That's a good question.
It's pretty good. You guys are doing some nice work for me here.
Yeah, tight end. I mean, the hard part is we're seeing a run on tight ends. So some of these guys that we like Eli Raridan, potentially, other, guys that are not falling down the board, but other guys that we might think, oh, hey, I really like that guy at, this position. It's like, maybe they're not going to make it that far. Tight ends are going early, man. They're going.
In the middle of the field, he'll be an easy find.
Giants pick is in.
Did you see it?
26-yard gain. 25 of it was
Delp went to New Orleans. Eli Stowers went to Philly. I personally don't like Kyle Lewis. I think that I don't think he's a backer. He's big and long, but he doesn't weigh a lot. He never really played in the box, so I don't really like Kyle Lewis. Not at least for a linebacker. There's other guys I'd like better.
You got any predictions here for the Giants?
2026 NFL Draft. The New York Giants select Malachi Fields, wide receiver, Notre Dame.
Wow. I do like Malachi Fields a lot, too, so they needed a receiver. That's fun.
Malachi Fields was a quarterback in
Brazel's still on the board.
Brazel is still on the board.
Spent his first 4 years in college at Virginia, finished with 1 season at
I feel like
Notre Dame,
Brazel's
had
Tyquan
36
Thornton.
catches and 5 touchdowns.
You think so?
Big receiver. Watch him at Notre
Lazard
Dame this
loves
year.
Brazel.
I know he does, but a big guy that runs fast down the field, not a great route runner.
He also loved Taekwon, so
That's very true.
He kept buying in every year to the Taekwon hype in the offseason, like when he would see him in OTAs and stuff.
He chewed us up pretty good.
I mean, shit, I did too. I was like, damn, this guy's a freak. And then I just like,
Yeah, he looks great in a t-shirt, like running out there, air routes.
Because he can do all the rest of it. Watch this catch. Just watch this.
He can only turn
He
left.
did that time and time again. He's a contested catch, absolute demon. He's going to be a chain mover. Just doesn't have the top end speed, but it's going to be a possession type wide receiver.
The Giants wide receivers combined for just 9 touchdown catches last year. Of course, Malik Neighbors played only 4 games before torn
draft
ACL ended his season. So the Giants
get an elite
another
tight
pass
end.
catcher in the
They
mix.
feel like difference makers.
Yeah.
The NFL draft will be back in Pittsburgh in just a moment.
I want to get away.
It's too bad we can't draft Devin Asiasi again.
Or Dalton Keene.
Yeah.
Why not? I mean, we could.
Only ran one route on the left side of the formation.
That's what's hard about Tennessee is Tennessee just puts guys at one side. They have the super wide splits, kind of like Ole Miss, and go.
Yep. It's still funny that he only ended up once on the left side.
D'Angelo Pons is gone. He went to the Jets at like pick 50, light shadows. But Jermod McCoy is falling. It's a risk because he obviously has pretty bad medicals, but that's a top 10 player if healthy. It hasn't played football in about a year or so, so it's a little bit scary. But if he were to fall, the value's there. It's a big risk.
He is gone. D'Angelo Pons.
Yeah, Pons is gone, not Jermod McCoy though.
Oh, gotcha.
D'Angelo Pons went to the Jets, yeah.
5 tight ends have been drafted since the Patriots last pick, and then 1 was drafted right before. So 6 tight ends really since right around when the Pats picked.
Yeah. There's been a little bit of a run on tight ends.
There was a run on tackles before the Patriots got theirs. There was a run on edge before the Patriots got theirs. Maybe this is the run on tight ends before the Patriots get theirs. I don't know who's going to be there at this point that they want, but still, 25 picks away. Or 20 picks away. What did I say? 25. 20.
I put the lime in the coconut.
Yeah, Jets. Jets have had a nice draft, unfortunately.
Had a nice draft, yep.
Another elite athlete. The RAS score for Gabe Akis, 959.
And they do that year too. A ton of guys like they had huge RAS scores.
Say that again. You broke up. Say it again.
My bad. Isn't that kind of what their draft looked like last year? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Isn't that what their draft looked like last year too? Like a lot of their picks were high RAS score guys, like tested really well, athletic. Will Campbell fit in that category. Travion Henderson.
Yep.
So Max Clare is also gone. He went to where'd Max Clare go to?
He went to the
Rams, which was a shocker.
Yeah.
Like haven't heard that very often. Did you hear that?
What's that?
Mel Kipe. Someone thought that Denzel Boston and someone else were related, and so he said that when Denzel Boston got drafted, and he's like, "I just found out that was bad research on my part, so I apologize."
Oh God, dude, have you heard this Hornets announcer?
No,
you haven't. He is. I don't know how he has a voice ever. Because
wait, I actually have heard clips of like when they make a dunk or something and he like freaks out or like a half court shot.
He goes crazy. He was on the call for the Celtics Sixers. I didn't hear it, but it was just like 3 minutes left in the third quarter and it's a wide open 3-pointer and the guy Andre Drummond made it and he freaked out.
Just went absolutely bonkers.
Yeah.
If I had to double dip Boston GM, I'm probably looking at edge. I don't want to take another tackle because I do feel with Morgan Moses there and probably being good enough for this year and Caleb Lomer working in, I would probably look at double dipping at the edge. Now, who's the edge that I like? That's another question. Yeah. I think Kieron Crawford's still available actually out of Auburn. Let me go look at the edge rusher board. Oh, Deny Dennis Sutton still available? Oh, no, Crawford went. Where did Crawford go? When did I miss that? Oh, he went to the Raiders at 67, probably when I was gone. Yeah, okay. So Deny Dennis Sutton would be one. I do like Caden Curry out of Ohio State, but I don't think that you need to take him at 95. I guess if Deny Dennis Sutton falls, that would be one that I would take. Double dip there. I think D tackle. I think right now I'm like one of my favorite targets is Dominique Orange, Big Citrus. If he were to make it there, the run stuffer in the interior, I do like that. I do also like linebacker.
Trenches, baby. All trenches.
Yeah, Keyshawn Elliott out of Arizona State, Caleb Elarms or out of TCU are good options also at pick 95. Tight ends, Justin Jolly. I'm probably not taking over any of those defensive guys I just mentioned.
Yeah, take the best player available at
Pregnon's still there. Pregnon's still there.
D tackle, tight end, safety, linebacker. One of those. You could even get a guard at some point if you feel like you're moving on from Onwenu.
Yeah.
We in the building, man. We here. We here. Man, it's an honor. It's a blessing. Glad to be here with all y'all. Let's go, Steeler Nation. With the 76th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Drew Aller, Penn State.
Whoa. Drew Aller, Penn State quarterback. Wow, that's shocking because they have Will Howard, who they took last year. But I believe Drew Aller is he's from Cleveland. He just played it at Penn State. I think Drew Aller's from Cleveland, though. He does have immense arm talent. What's crazy is he might have been a late first, early second round pick last year if he would have declared.
Well, people were talking about him going
like 2 or 3 at some point.
like top 3. Yep. It is Akis. Illinois football has their pronunciation.
Akis.
Yep.
I got to get used to that because I definitely throughout the whole pre-draft was pronouncing it like a Y. I knew it wasn't like Jakis. I thought it was like a Y though.
Yeah.
So Akis with an A. Akis. Gabe Akis.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Be more consistent as a playmaker and play to his talents.
Yeah, look, it's like it's one extreme or the other with this young man. Like he's either making the great throw like you saw in the Fiesta Bowl 2 years ago against Boise, or there's a simple flat route and he throws it in the ground. He has to figure that out. Mike McCarthy, this is his project. This is his project right here to see if he can iron out and even out that performance.
Jeremy Bernard, they got as a wide receiver. Is he an outside guy? Is he a slack guy? They can decide that, go another receiver at some point. But certainly Drew Aller has the physical prowess they want.
Shefty, get in here.
Courtney, as the Steelers await an answer from Aaron Rodgers, they went ahead and used the pick that they acquired from the Dallas Cowboys last year in the George Pickens trade on Drew Aller, a quarterback. And this will be an adjustment for Drew Aller and his family because his family are Brown season ticket holders. So the Brown season ticket
I love
holders
that.
now be going to the Steelers game.
Freaking Drew Aller's family are Brown season ticket holders and have been for a while because they're from Cleveland. And now he got drafted to the Steelers.
Oh, God.
That's funny. I like that, man. Could you imagine, imagine me and you are good enough, we get drafted and you go to like the Bills. Like growing up the whole time, you're like a Patriots fan, Bills, Jets or something.
Nope. Not doing it.
You're not doing it. You're saying no.
With the 77th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Chris McClellan, defensive tackle.
That's another tackle that I thought was going to be there late, like 5th or 6th. Wow.
He spent 2 seasons each at Florida and then Missouri after growing up in Oklahoma. Had 6 sacks last year. For the Tigers, it was named second team All-SEC.
Had a good year for Missouri, Lou. 48 tackles, 8 for loss, 6 sacks. The attention getter with this kid is the ability to generate heat on a quarterback. He's got the rip, the club.
Carlos proposed something interesting here.
good athletic ability.
Chicago has Colston Loveland, Sam Roush, and Cole Kmet.
Yeah.
Would you be interested in trading 93?
Yeah, I would be
to the
interested in
Bears?
Kmet.
Yeah.
I would rather explore Michael Mayer than Kmet probably. But if Mayer if he wasn't available, then I wouldn't mind Kmet.
Yeah.
He's 28 years old. He has 2 years left on his deal. Because I was just looking this up when I was like, why'd they draft Sam Roush? Because I'm like, I thought they had another guy with Colson Loveland, but
Yep. They sure do. Where is this clip that I'm looking for?
this board actually, like looking at it, like there's guys that I could see that I would like to take, like, and it's not at necessarily the most needful positions, but like Keontae Scott would be a great cornerback to add. He was great in the college football playoff. Chris Bell's a receiver that we talked about. Jerbad McCoy is a corner that's falling because of health issues. Emmanuel Pregnon, Denai Dennis Sutton, Big Citrus, Dominic Orange. So there's like actually a couple guys that are falling. AJ Halsey's still on the board too. Like, there's actually a couple guys.
I go get him.
Yeah, there's
I
a
guess
couple
you probably
guys I'm
can't
sitting
trade
there
up at this
looking
point,
at
but
that I'm like, I wouldn't mind taking some of these guys.
still ways to go though.
For sure. What are we at? Pick 77, 78, right in that range. Pick
Yeah,
is in
70,
for pick 77, so we still have
we're at
yeah,
79's on the clock right now.
about 18 picks.
Yeah, so you still got a ways to go. I just for the Boston fans out here, I just got to do this. Sorry. There's no sound. Why does it not do that?
I have to remove mine and then that's fine. We don't need sound. Or do you want to hear the crowd disappointment?
Can you hear that?
I can't hear it now.
Okay, it's all right. It was the Hornets announcer. I was just gonna. It's fine though.
Is he doing this game for like national media? Is that why he?
Yeah, he's it's on Prime.
Oh, okay, and he's just doing it.
Yeah, so
I bet I can go find it.
Not the normal guys, but love it. Clutch shot here from JT. Love it. Love it. All right, we're back. We're good. I just had to pull that up real quick.
Yeah, Pregnon was mocked at 32. Pregnon, I mocked at one point at 31. I thought that, hey, if they didn't sign Elijah Vera Tucker, they could trade down for Pregnon. And so Boston GM said, ugh, I just saw the Colts. So that means, Utah goal. Let's go, baby.
There you go.
This place is going nuts.
The last 2 days.
The Delta Center.
Listen, there's a lot of negativity about the Indianapolis Colts.
Alec Pierce.
What you need to do to all that negativity is you crush it up, you put it into your palm.
Is this Pat McAfee?
And you think to yourself, does any of this matter anymore? No. The future is the only thing that matters. The Colts are going to win the Super Bowl this year.
Pat McAfee's so funny.
He is.
Way better than you bum-ass Chargers fans down there.
sure. I also like with the 78th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The Indianapolis Colts select A.J. Halsey.
That's a great pick for them.
Man.
I mocked that to them in the second round. After the first round when we yesterday when
See
we
ya
and
in the
Max.
Super Bowl ball.
A.J. Halsey had 10 interceptions
Wow.
in college at 3 different schools. And his last year at LSU, he was a first-team All-American and then sealed the deal at the Combine where he had the highest total score of any safety.
And here's the thing, Brittany. He's played a lot of football. Started 44 games in his career. He's at his best.
Man.
So there's a target that started falling. There's a target that we would have liked as the Patriots, you know that. But there's still guys there, you know, that value that's fallen. Yeah, he is going to be good, Boston Jim. I think he is very similar to Xavier Watts from last year, where Xavier Watts was a little bit looked after and got pushed down the board and stuff and ended up getting taken by Atlanta, I believe. And he was great for them this year.
All right, I hear Michael Turner's name being announced. He will come out and announce the next selection for the Atlanta Falcons at number 79.
There was a rep of Gabe Yakis going against Maxi Honicher from the Senior Bowl. Someone just posted.
Say that one more time.
There was a
79th pick
1 second. I want to hear this. Sorry.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select. I guess we're gonna keep it red and black.
Dalen Everett.
Zachariah Grant.
There was a video of Gabe Akis and Maxi Honichor going against each other at the Senior Bowl, and I just somehow scrolled past it.
That's what I was trying to find. The video. Kyle's had posted it or reposted or something. Then I couldn't find it on his page anymore. But yeah, I saw that. It was he bull rushed him and he pushed him back.
Yeah, which is impressive because freaking Honichor is a big man and he's powerful. So to be able to beat him on the inside.
I don't know if they deleted it or what.
Yeah, I was trying to find it too. It showed up and then it popped away.
Yeah.
With the quickness, the explosions, the speed, I think his hands were good. I thought overall, Zachariah Brandt played to the level.
I'm going to talk to Murakami, another homer tonight.
You factor in the punt kickoff return ability. I got to believe
the
Atlanta
better.
Falcons at pick 79 got one of the best 35-40 pplayers in this draft.
Don't even look at me like that. Hey, I did pick him up in my fantasy baseball league, and he's been balling out.
Murakami?
Yeah.
He is 4 homers away from matching the Red Sox totals for this whole season. As a team.
That's brutal.
Hey, we're not last anymore. We are second to last in homers.
In this draft, in Vega Ioane and Zion Young, and let's find out who their third pick will be right now.
Yep, Murakami. I have him in my lineup today. Good job.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Willer Abreu got me 8 points. What'd he do?
We hit a homer.
Adley Rutschman's off IL. He got me 17. I didn't even know.
He had a 3-run homer, I think, or 2-run homer or something.
Oh, got to take him off the IL now.
And y'all really gonna feel the love.
There you go, Colts. Consistently overrated, losing. That suck.
I got my missile with me in case y'all got problems. But with the 80th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Jacoby Lane, wide receiver, USC.
Another big-bodied receiver.
Let's go. Let me hear it, Pittsburgh.
Over the last 2 seasons, Jacoby Lane had 92 catches for 16 touchdowns. He's got great length at 6'4" and huge hands.
That's exactly right, Grace. 6'4" and change, 200 pounds, 49 receptions, is second on the team.
I'm not a fan of Brazel. I do like his speed, but
Notre Dame game, 6 receptions,
I like Jacoby Lane a lot. He had 16 touchdowns, I think, in 2024, and then obviously, not going to match that. He had 8 this year, but Brazel is definitely a better down-the-field threat, better speed. But Jacoby Lane, big, strong hands, fluid runner.
That was his forte at USC, but there's the Oregon game as well. 6 catches for 108 yards. 6'4", you see against smaller corners. He's going to have the immediate edge. Think he's covered? Watch him here. One-handed grab in the end zone.
Did you see the Mets had lost 12 straight, and then the Twins social media page posted things that come in a dozen eggs and Mets losses?
Played well. I mean, think about where we are right now.
Poor Mets, bro.
Oh, it was brutal. They got dunked on.
Cubs got a big series tonight. They play the freaking Dodgers here, and they've won 8 in a row. The Cubs have, so
yeah,
they're rolling.
That'll be a good test.
What's that? Not as
They're freaking.
No, I'm not saying
Their pitching is so injured right now, though. It's crazy.
This is a guy who played 20% of his snaps in the spot.
I'm just glad that my Cubs are winning games. Your Red Sox are really struggling, so glad my Cubs are doing good.
Nope, that's not true.
And this is a good pickup in the 3rd round. I think this could be a steal right here. At this point in the draft, given the kind of body type he brings and the kind of skills he has, this could be a steal here.
It's a rare body type is what it is. You don't see that kid just go out there and find guys with that kind of skill set that also
Jacksonville, pick is in.
Get better from a first standpoint after the catch, but there's a lot to work with Jacoby Lane.
New era for the Ravens, and they have a lot of new pieces to work with. Had a little mini run on wide receivers. We've had 5 of them drafted in the last 10 picks. Let's see what Jacksonville does at number 81.
With the 81st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Albert Regis, defensive tackle, Texas
Bro,
A&M.
these D tackles that are going early.
And still no Big Citrus?
No.
Aggies defensive line, 6'1", 295 at the
That would probably be my pick at
Yeah, he's a little bit
95 right now.
Yeah.
As of now, yeah.
293 or 295. He's got shorter arms.
He's still got to make it.
On the move. When he's got some called
12 picks or so. So
that's where he's
Chris
really
Bell, I don't know, man. There's a lot. Chris Bell, Keontae Scott, I would take him.
But he needs to win with them quick, like you saw right there. The double team was coming. He swims it, gets off the block. He'll pursue up and down the line of scrimmage. Pass rush. He's not a guy book that can really get on your edge and win with a wide variety of moves. But I think here in the 3rd round, if you use him correctly, he'll give you some production.
No doubt. He's the guy that needs to be on the edge, needs to get upfield. He's not going to hold double teams. He's not going to 2-gap. He's a 1-gap penetrating type player. He needs to play on the edge and use his quickness. That's his best attribute.
2 of his best games this year were against Notre Dame and Miami. Really stepped up in those games, played with pretty good leverage in those games.
15 picks.
Good eye discipline. So there's a little bit to work with there as well with Albert Regis, and he tested pretty good overall.
All right, there have been a lot of emotions tonight. The Atlanta Falcons.
13 picks, and then the Patriots are up in the 14th pick.
Playing together, and then just moments ago they had Zachariah Branch. As we see what this means to all these young men as they watch their dreams come true. We continue with the NFL Draft from Pittsburgh in just a moment.
I want to get away.
That's a great question.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, listen, I see why Caleb Banks went at 18. He has immense upside. He just has the foot injury and stuff. But Big Citrus is more of a run stuffer. But I don't think that these guys should, Regis and some of these guys that have just went, they should not be going over Big Citrus. So listen, if that's going to be in the Patriots' favor, let it be in the Patriots' favor. Let him fall. Like, let him fall. He would be a huge run stuffer for New England, next to Barmore and next to Milton Williams. So
it'd be great.
Again,
Barmore fell too.
Yeah, he did. I mean, you're looking, Chris Bell's falling because of the ACL injury. Jamad McCoy's obviously still off the board. Deny Dennis Sutton, Big Citrus. Like, there's some guys there that have fallen a little bit that I would be willing, just because of talent alone, to take a chance on now. You know, Keyshawn Elliott, linebacker out of Arizona State's another guy that I wouldn't mind there. Caleb Elarms Orr is another long athletic linebacker. So
Still some good options.
No, the Texans took a D tackle. I know they need multiple, but the Texans took, was it Lee Hunter they took?
The
Texans took Caden McDonald.
Yes.
And the Giants, I don't think the Giants have gotten one. Yeah, the Giants haven't gotten one, so the Giants could, but the Giants don't have a pick until 186, so the Giants are not really a problem.
The amount that Houston has invested in that defensive line is absurd.
Yeah.
I mean, $90 million next season. $90 million a year for next year. And then another early pick in the draft.
Another goal. Let's go, Utah. 2-0 Mammoth. Let's go. One-timer, Dylan Gunther on the power play. No, Daryl Jackson has not gone out of Florida State. That's another one that I would like to.
Caleb Banks and Jake Golday so far in this draft, and here they come in round number 3.
With the 82nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dominique Orange.
Oh, F us.
Shoot.
There we go. Wow, they already took Caleb Banks, too. What the hell?
The man, Big Citrus.
Yeah, Greeny. And you talk about a guy, he's really going to be a 2-down player, first and second down. He's not going to give you much from a pass rushing standpoint, but he's going to eat up blockers.
Man.
Yeah, that one's rough. That's one that I would have loved.
And keep your linebackers free. If you think about what Minnesota's done, they got Caleb Banks already, who can be that Chris Jones type player when healthy. You get a guy who can command a double team like Big Citrus. This is a developmental player.
This guy's a
He's got to
freak.
develop his pass rush. Otherwise, he's going to be limited to first and second down.
Well, he only had during his career 1 sack, only a half a tackle for loss this past year. You'll want to see more production. That's why I had him 119 on my big board. They're taking him at pick 82. That's a reach for me.
Wow.
We'll be continuing in 15 seconds.
He was, Mel Kiper was low on him.
From Expedia.
The Evergreens family vacation started with Expedia. Dad knew his crew needed peace and quiet, so he booked a vacation home big enough for everyone.
Yeah, I think he can push the pocket a ton. That's what was weird is like Caden McDonald, I felt like was a little bit limited in his pass rushing ability because I didn't feel like he pushed the pocket, but Big Citrus pushed it easily. So that was weird from Booger.
3 picks. Adding to a defense that allowed
Carolina on the clock, but we're 11 picks away.
Carolina Panthers are on the clock now, and they're ready.
Screw them
with
for
their
double
selection.
dipping.
With the 83rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, once again, your reigning NFC South champs, Carolina Panthers select Chris Brazzell.
Oh, there you go.
Wide receiver, Tennessee.
Right. Put a little speed next to
SEC last
Ted
year, over
Tedero
1,000
McMillan.
yards receiving and 9 touchdowns.
I'll tell you, that's the guy I talked about. Is that maybe a first-round pick, Lou, not that long ago, right? 6'4", runs 4.37. You watch him here, talk about ability. He's got it. He showed with the Tulane Green Wave.
That was a right-hand turn. Let's check. Here we go.
Tennessee receiver. Go back to the Tulane highlight. Go back to the package list that you showed there. The tape that
Doesn't really count.
And you can see a guy that can make plays down the field.
I won't count that as a left-hand turn.
Rare size with speed ratio with Chris Brazzell second. I graded him out a lot higher than he went. I understood why he dropped. There was some concerns, but overall, a talented football player.
And when you think about what Carolina has, they have Ted McMillan, and so now
Making up for that QB height. Yeah, their receivers are making up for it. That's for sure.
Create some space for Bryce Young if he continues to develop. This is a speed guy. He is a big play waiting to happen if you can get the football to him.
Oh, look, he's more than just a vertical threat. This guy can run every route. He can make contested catches. I didn't see him get jammed up not one time at the line of scrimmage. He made DBs look silly. This dude is loaded with talent right now. Look, there may be reasons why he dropped here to the third, but it is not the way he plays the game. The guy can play the game. If I'm a corner and I'm lining up against Chris Brazzell, I'm going, hey, look, my technique better be right, and I better be locked in, or he will make you look silly.
Tell you what, attack the ball a little more. I think if he does that, takes advantage of that size advantage that he has, and he's an athlete, not a big yards there for the catch guy, but from a talent standpoint, I thought he could have been. I think I mocked him, Brady, back in the day with our first draft podcast, with a late one. That dropped him into the second. Here he is going in the third round. This guy's a talented football player.
Their division rival Buccaneers will pick next in round 3 from Pittsburgh right after this.
100 years ago, no one would insure cars for military members. So they did it themselves. A group of 25 soldiers backed each other.
Too early to pick a running back.
Still serving the military.
Well, I actually do like Mike Washington a lot.
It's in our DNA.
But we've only seen 2 running backs come off the board, and that's a little surprising. So
loyalty.
Is New England going to be the team to take the 3rd running back off the board unless a couple go here?
USAA.
Probably not, especially with what they invested in Travion Henderson last year. So
that's kind of what I was thinking.
I would love for them to address it in the 5th or 6th with those 3 6-round picks. Like I would love for them to get more of like a scat back receiving type guy. I would love for that, but
If they need another back, just 3rd round feels early.
Yeah,
that's just a guy you really like. But 3rd round capital is, I mean, decent capital for a running back where that guy's going to get snaps, and you're going to split those three ways between Henderson and Ramondre, and it might be tough. Big citrus would have been fun.
Yeah, it would have.
Did you hear Chaseon's little short video they posted?
Yeah, when they said they weren't going to keep him or why they were moving off of him.
Yeah. His agent said that was interesting. It didn't feel like people thought that. Why am I blanking on the edge we signed?
Draymond Jones.
Thank you. It didn't feel like people thought that Jones was that much more of a run stuffer than Chaseon, but they must think so.
Dane Bugler had Caleb Douglas as his 31st receiver, and he went number 75 to the Dolphins. I didn't even have him on my freaking like top 20 receivers.
Wow.
He went at pick 75.
Did they trade
Fire them cannons.
their safety?
Welcome
Ooh.
to the draft.
Miami?
here at
Did they trade
Pittsburgh.
Fitzpatrick?
Fans for being
I thought
the host
they
of this
did.
tremendous draft.
AJ Halsey would have been
Thank
good there.
the late Malcolm Glazer and the
I thought
Glazer
Caleb
family
Downs, but they ended up trading
provided
out
me
of
with
there.
the opportunity to broadcast not just
Yeah, they traded him to the
one,
Jets.
but 2 Super
That's
Bowl
right.
championships. Super Bowl 37, Super Bowl 55. And to all Buccaneer fans worldwide, touchdown Tampa Bay. Speaking of touchdowns, Tampa Bay,
Receiver?
with the 84th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft,
Bell.
the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Ted Hurst.
Oh, wow. The Georgia State
Wide
receiver.
receiver, Georgia State. Go Bucs!
A little bit of a small school underrated guy. I do. He's like 6'3". I do think he has some potential, but I'm interested in how bad this knee injury, because it was just an ACL for Chris Bell. But man, his film and his like first half of the season, when he has the ball in his hands, he is elite.
This is a horsepower pick.
Yeah, you always think about that just because these guys know more than we do, obviously. They've had this guy in, they've looked at all the medicals. They clearly, when people are starting to fall this much, you start to worry about what else is going on. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how far he falls.
His route running, Mel, needs to be redefined. But as far as somebody that is a big play waiting to happen, that can go up and make it, can run away from DBs, Ted Hurst has a ton of upside.
Yeah, against that level of competition. And the Murray State game, he was a man among
10 more teams before
he was phenomenal. And as you said, when he goes down against the better players and you stick out and you get attention, that speaks volumes. And again, that's a skill set. We talked about Chris Brazel, rare skill set. Ted Hurst, bigger receiver. So some of these guys now are coming off the board, that second, third round area, because they have a size element that just can't find, in these rounds, when you get to that third round area, normally guys like this are gone. Brazel second should have been really a higher pick.
Look, from an athletic standpoint, for sure. And look, Ted at almost 6'4". The thing was, this dude could accelerate now after the catch, like a guy who's 5'11". A lot of great skill.
It's gotten loud again in here. The hometown Steelers will select next. They've been busy. They shook this place up by taking Drew Allen about an hour ago, quarterback out of Penn State. The terrible towels are out, and one of the stars is back on the stage.
Pittsburgh, I got to hear you with this pick. With the 85th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the 6-time Super Bowl winners, soon to be 7. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Dalen Everett, defensive back, Georgia.
Dalen Everett, super productive in 4 seasons. At Georgia, finished with 5 interceptions. First team all SEC last
Browns
year.
trade up to 86. Ooh, yeah, that could be.
Lewis at the combine.
He's got tremendous physical skills. There's no question about that. At 6'1", almost 200 pounds, 37.
Browns going pregnant. Yeah, because they do need offensive line help.
He's up at the line of scrimmage now. This is where he's at his best. I think that's where he locks in the most, and that's where he can then play some good aggressive press man coverage, show some zone instincts.
You see what I just sent you?
Yeah.
Split safety cover 4 type of look, and he's so.
You see the shoulder?
Auburn week 7 against Ole Miss in the playoffs. They really worked him over.
He had like 5 of them.
Yeah.
He was responding to it. He just couldn't seem to be able to lock in and kind of have good route recognition, play with good feet, good closing quickness. But look, when you're drafting here in the 3rd round, you're drafting guys who are almost 6'2", 200 pounds and run 4.3. There are going to be some things you're going to need to work with. There's some things they need to work on with him.
See Mike McCarthy there, the new coach of the Steelers, in the foreground cheering along. As the Steelers, as you see, have had.
Did you post that one?
No, I should right now.
Coming up before we finish tonight, there are rival Cleveland Browns have also had quite a few selections, and here comes their next.
Oh, is it too big?
Austin Barber.
Offensive tackle from Florida.
2026 NFL Draft.
Yeah.
The Cleveland Browns select Austin Barber, tackle, Florida.
Now, Austin Barber was a basketball player in high school, and he sort of looks it at 6'7". Started 39 games for the Gators, most of them at left tackle, but did play some on the right side as well.
Exactly. He'll have playing 12 games in 2025 after being a guy that was stationed at left tackle in every game he was available since the start of the 2023 season. So that durability, knowing what you have out there, played football and baseball and basketball in high school. So he has enough athleticism. Run blocking, he got movement on the drive blocks, showed the ability to effectively pull and wall off opponents. Pass protection, the lateral agility got my attention. Active, powerful hands. He will lose out, though, to power. And I think that's the issue with Austin Barber moving forward. Power will beat him. That's the element that he's got to deal with on a better basis, more effective basis.
And you saw that show up when they played against Miami. Ruben Bain got into him pretty good because he is almost 6'7". and he's just got to play lower. The punch timing has to be on point when you're playing against guys that can just get up into your chest.
Tony, we are at pick 87. That was 86 that just went on, so Miami at 87.
Good hand use. Ruben Bain already showed you what your flaws are.
Cleveland has been active, busy in this draft. AFC North in general has been. Miami made 4 selections already, and the Dolphins are next up here, pick number 87, and they're ready to go.
With the 87th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, Miami Dolphins select Will Kazmarek, tight end, Ohio State.
Yeah, see, I would have mind him, but again, I'm not taking him here. I guess with how much he's a good run blocker.
Tight end, great blocker in the run game at 261 pounds.
Got a lot of those.
Light Shadow, Sam Roush is gone. He went to Chicago, I believe.
With a pretty good grade. Kazmarek came from Ohio to Ohio State.
He's gone. I know he's gone. I think it's Chicago.
Real elusive. Let the ball get into his body at times. What he is, we know what he is. He's a blocker. That's what he does. Like against Michigan, he was outstanding in that regard. Talking about a guy who really gets after it. Plus blocker, both out of the backfield and in line. Sustains. Can do a good job on a second level. He was pretty sure-handed. When the ball was thrown to him, he usually caught it. Runs hard after the catch, but he's limited in the pass receiving game. But as a blocker, Will Kazmarek is one of the best in this draft.
Quite a few tight ends that have been taken here. Quite a few stars from Ohio State. 8 tight ends to be exact in the first 3 rounds. That's the 4th time that's happened in the common draft area. We're up to pick number 88. Jaguars are on the clock. Hometown Steelers still have another before we wrap up round 3 of the NFL draft.
Thought they were cooling off on the sidelines? Well, they're just getting warmed up.
Surprise! DirecTV got hot. Hey, you know, I played in high school. Really? Well, I went to high school. I didn't go to high school.
Anyway, it's never been easier to keep up with your favorite sports on live TV and streaming apps.
So hot.
Wait, there's no ice in yours.
Why would I ruin a perfectly good bath?
Fresh finds perfectly picked for you. Now and new at Target.
Cars are cool. Rental cars are not cool. Cars can come in all shapes and sizes. Rental cars are mid-sized or similar. Cars are all about the details. Rental cars are also about the details. It's cool when you can pick the exact car you want and pick it up exactly where you want, like here, or even way out here, but never here. No one wants to be here. You want to be here. Turo. Rent a car, not a rental car.
Yeah, I think teams have forgotten Daniel Pregnon's still available. It's kind of crazy. Probably found something about him. I don't know. The one reason I wouldn't say Emmanuel Pregnon's a fit for New England, just with how I think their offensive line's going, is I think he's very similar to Michael Owenu. He's big, he's bulky, and he's a little bit slow. He's good in like a gap scheme, like if you want to pull with him, but he ran a 5.2 140. He's got good power, but I don't think he's the best athlete. He has bad body movement, sometimes bad body control. So listen, he's a great offensive lineman, but if they really are, like I think, going more of an athletic offensive line starting in 2027, I don't know if he's actually the one that they would want to replace Michael Owenu with.
longer arms as the left tackle would have gone higher. Hey, Lou, Kyle Lewis and Jay Sean Barham, who's got off the edge or off ball, but Kyle Lewis, where does he fit in the NFL?
Look, I think he's a Derek Brooks type guy. I think he can play off-ball linebacker. He don't have to go to safety.
We'll talk about that in a moment, but the Jags are ready to go.
With the 88th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, Jacksonville Jaguars select Emmanuel Pregnon.
Oh,
guard.
There you go.
There's that name.
We don't even have to worry about it.
Been waiting a long time.
I didn't want to say anything.
I graded him out that high. It was the key to the Ducks rushing for 261 yards, an average 7.3 a carry in the rain at Iowa City against the Iowa Hawkeyes. And you think about him, started at Wyoming, USC, then.
Yeah, see, I don't think he is like he's so redundant to Big Mike, and I don't think that the Patriots are trying to get. I think they're trying to get more athletic. Elijah Vera Tucker and Michael Owenu are two opposite players, and Elijah Vera Tucker, his athletic profile and his play style fits way better with what they drafted with Caleb Lomu, what they have with Will Campbell, what they have with Jared Wilson, and I don't think that they're going to get all these super athletic guys and keep Michael Winner or replace him with someone like him that's probably not fit for like an outside zone type of scheme. That's just where it feels like their offensive line's trying to go. Last couple of years with their draft picks and signings, it's gone way more athletic and not like the Michael Winners that they've had. Now, Michael Winner's been great, but I think that they're looking to go to a different style offensive line than what we've known in the last couple years.
So Emmanuel Pregnon is headed to Jacksonville.
That is what it seems like.
Next, their selection is in. There's Dylan Thieneman last night. They've taken Logan Jones and Sam Roush so far here.
7 tight ends drafted on day 2.
Jimbo Covert coming back to announce the pick.
That's a pit man right there.
Feels like they might have missed the run.
Yeah.
Okay, Chicago. With the 89th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Xavier Thomas, wide receiver, LSU.
Wow, that's another one that went a little early.
Dave?
So, I think McDaniels likes an athlete side of the O-line and a mall side of the O-line, and he very well could, but I hate that construction of an offensive line. What are you going to do? Only run power to one side and only one wide zone to another? Like,
yeah,
I just
makes you a little
I don't
predictable.
like that construction. You need to have an offensive line that fits the scheme you want to run. You can't be like, hey, we're going to run wide zone to the left with Will Campbell leading, and we're going to run power, this side with Emmanuel Pregnon or Michael Winu pulling. So, I mean, maybe he does, but I don't think that that's a way to build an offensive line personally. I think if you want to run wide zone, you get athletes and you get guys that can get out and run and move, and that's how you build it. But I don't love the whole idea of putting two whole different sides of the offensive line because I think it just makes your scheme and stuff a little bit more difficult.
Standpoint, he's got rare skill set there. Consistency, he's catching the football, keep working on it, in and out of your cuts, first out of your break, maximize that speed element, and Xavier Thomas has a chance to be a productive player for this football team.
And I think he projects more as a slot inside because he can handle the physicality of the inside routes, get the ball in his hands, and get it to him in space and allow him to make plays. He can do that at a very
Caleb will do it. Caleb will find you. When you have that kind of speed and you can do that much after the catch and blow past people, Caleb Williams will find you.
Bears are thinking postseason thoughts. So are the 49ers. Their pick is next.
With the 90th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Kaylon Black, running back.
Oh, there you go. Wow, running back 3 off the board is Kaylon Black.
Only the third
Wow.
running back off the board. A year ago at this time, through 90 picks, we had twice as many with 6 now, but Kaylon Black is the third.
JMU, the Indiana, with Kurt Signetti, right? And it's like 14 of those kids that came from JMU, and they deserve a lot of credit for what they accomplished.
Getting there. A few more picks.
With Roman Hemby, who transferred in from Maryland. And you look at what Kaylon Black did this year, over 1,000 yards, averaged 5.6 a carry.
Safety depth. Yeah, I like Keontae Scott, who I think can be both a kind of like nickel and a safety, pretty versatile. Jalen Kilgore is another guy that has some positional versatility. Genesis Smith is a guy who's probably a true center fielder. So I don't know how he fits with Craig Woodson and stuff kind of already being there, but I do like him a lot. Now in the third right here, I'd probably like just taking Denied Dennis Dennis Sutton. I'd double dip at edge right here if Deni Dennis Sutton makes it there. I'd also look at potentially going to linebacker Keyshawn Elliott or Caleb Elarms, or would probably be my top linebackers there.
Pick number 91 is next. The Las Vegas Raiders will make
There's really not that many spoils at this point.
Lots of fun they had in Pittsburgh. Round number 3 of the NFL draft.
I didn't know M&Ms liked eating M&Ms.
Who's eating M&Ms?
What have you done? Look, I won't judge. They're so airy, so crispy.
You think you know someone. M&M's caramel, now popped.
When Verizon gives you a free phone, you use AI a lot.
Gemini, show me the concealer.
The long, thin tube in the middle.
Like a lot. Get Google Pixel 10 Pro with Gemini for $0.
Boyfriend of the year.
Can AI really change the way your business operates? If you stick to one AI vendor and rebuild everything to fit their system, then yes! If you keep buying new...
This was Bayo after his electric start.
Oh my gosh. He's throwing everything, bro. He's pissed. I would be too.
Look at that stat line. I'd be pissed
Yeah.
too. Yeah. Oh, brutal.
It should say on the bottom, ran out of fireworks.
Catch it. Yeah.
Your finances for the people, causes, and communities you love with Thrivent, where money means more.
I thought people exaggerated about the pain from shingles.
I was wrong. I learned that the hard way.
But you don't have
McCoy, Chris Bell, Keontae Scott, DDS, Jennings Dunker.
Yeah, my eyes right here are on Danny Dennis Sutton, or Deni Dennis Sutton. He's, in my opinion, the best. I would double dip easily for him. Him and Gabe Yakis are two guys that I thought they could have taken in the second. They obviously already got Gabe Akis, sorry, and now they can get Deni Dennis Sutton. I would easily be happy about that.
I mean, that they really need. They could use 2 edge guys. Like if you're gonna double dip at a position, they lost a decent amount of guys. They could use a couple, and they already needed one.
If you go look at their depth chart right now at edge, it's
Their legend Matt Millen will announce it for us.
and they're running a 3-4, so it's like Barmore, Milton Williams, but their outside backers are like Harold Landry, Draymond Jones. After them, it's Elijah Ponder, Braden Swinson, and now Gabe Akis. So you could use one more easily.
Communication within those teams.
Yeah, safety would be nice. Same with tight end. I really would have liked to get a tight end here, but
Constant communication.
not really one that jumps out.
All goes back right behind that little door back there.
Nobody cares.
They have
Make the
a
pick.
staff of about 10 people in there that are just killing it tonight. So I
Cool.
would like to just give if you guys could give them a big hand, that'd be awesome.
Now get on with the
They've done
pick.
a phenomenal job. Anyway, with the 91st pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Trey Zoom III.
Oh, Trey Zoom.
guard, Texas
That would have been a
A&M.
guard. That would have been a guy that I would have liked. He's played mostly tackle, but I would have liked moving him into guard. He would have been one that I think could have been a pick too.
A&M likely to move inside one. The Jacobs blocking.
Greg
trophy is the
Bedard
best
wants
blocker
Jennings
in the
Dunker.
conference.
Or Tanner.
Tanner
I don't know how to pronounce
Kozil?
that. Kozil, yeah. There you go.
Ooh, this would be early for Kozil because he really is nothing but a big body pass catcher right now at the tight end position. So I think I'd like Justin Jolly a little bit more, honestly.
I'm awful with names with these guys. Trying to figure out how to pronounce
I
them.
called it Yakis for freaking forever. Like he was yakking his heart out or something.
Can he be a center? Does he have to be a guard?
I think ultimately that's where he winds up. He played some center against Missouri this past year, and he
Cowboys pick is in. Rams on the clock.
removed from the interior of the offensive line. The more he gets
Couple more to go.
Although he played one of his best games this season against Ruben Bain.
How much time are these picks?
These are 5 minutes, I believe.
By the way,
Okay.
the Raiders, they had a 6'7" lineman. USC was the tackle. Moved inside. Trey Zune, the exact same thing. So again, this Raider team with Jim Otto, Dave Darby, Bob Mostfar, Aaron Roberts, they had centers. That's even noted for
I agree, Boston GM. The hard part about it is so many tight ends have gone. Do they feel like they need to grab one? But I would not want to take Kozil at this spot over the guys on the board. I think you trust your board, trust your rankings, and go BPA, even if it's not at necessarily your biggest need.
All right.
Jennings Dunker has an elite mullet.
Yes, he does.
All right. With the 92nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft.
2026 NFL Draft.
You get to the mic.
Cowboys select Shaquan Barber.
Jayshawn Barham. Linebacker. Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, Jennings Dunker, 9.57 to 9.58 RAS score.
Well, he grew up in
Yeah.
Baltimore, played 2 years at Maryland, then 2 in Ann Arbor.
What do you run his 40 in?
12 sacks in his career. Came out of it, Maryland.
It's 40. Oh, wait, this says something different.
Goal number 3. Go Mammoth.
This is 8.2 RAS score as a tackle. So maybe it's better as a guard. I don't know. His 40 was 518.
It's not horrible. What does he weigh? He's like 330, right?
318, 319.
319.
With great effort and that versatility I talked about.
32.5-inch vert was his best straight.
Against Nebraska, a sack, 2 tackles for loss, relentless, tough speed. I thought he could be a second-round pick. I thought he'd go right about where Derek Moore went, his teammate at Michigan.
Yeah, I think this is a player that's a project, has all the tools, just developing into an edge.
All right, so
3-4 outside linebacker, maybe he can put his hand down. He's got to get his pass rush plan redefined. But from a length standpoint, from a
Cowboys
standpoint,
took
he has the ability and the tools.
Barham.
Outside linebacker, he's just got to refine his pass rush.
Well, I'll tell you what,
Do you have RAS scores pulled up? Or like, do you have the website pulled up?
He was fantastic. He was
I just had looked it up. Why? What do you got?
Will you look up a guy for me?
Yep.
Look up Jalen Farmer. He's a guard from Kentucky.
Exactly that. The Rams are next at pick 93.
With the 93rd pick in the
985.
That's a guy that I'm interested in.
Rams select Keegan Charles, tackle.
4.93, 4.93, 40.
Yeah. He creates some movement in the run game. Jalen Farmer would be a guy I would like in the run.
37 reps on the bench.
He turned 25 years old earlier this month. He had the second highest production score among all the tackles this year.
See, I think these are they different RAS scores for guards versus tackle?
I think so.
Because it seems like Dunker's as a guard had a better score than as a tackle. Because he's a tackle, but translates to guard.
Yeah.
Right, Pats are on the clock.
Okay. So listen, guys, there's a lot of players available that I wouldn't mind. Like if I'm looking at it, Chris Bell's falling for some reason. He's a great receiver with the ball in his hands. Even next to like an AJ Brown would be fun. Deny Dennis Sutton. I'm double dipping at edge right here. Deny Dennis Sutton is the guy that I'm all for. Now, if the Patriots feel comfortable in the medicals with Jermod McCoy, there's no doubt about it that he is a difference maker even in the first round. Like, he is so good when he's on the field. He just has not been on the field in, I believe, over like a year and a half.
Oh,
they trade out.
No, Pat's pick is in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. We got.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
You saw like who they picked?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to say it or no?
No, you don't have to say it. I want to hear it.
Okay.
Who'd the Rams pick? Did I miss the Rams pick?
It's behind. The thing's behind.
Oh, Keegan Trost, offensive. I remember hearing that. Yeah. Yeah, I have no problem double dipping here at edge. Deny Dennis Sutton is that's would be ideal. They would instantly, their edge rushers would instantly be good. It's always the longest freaking commercial breaks and everything right before the Patriots pick. Edward, yeah, there's a couple tight ends that I'm interested in. Justin Jolly would be one. Eli Raridan would be one. I don't feel comfortable taking them here, but there has been a run on tight ends. So my top 3 would be Jolly, Raridan, or Endries out of Texas. Just because I think that they're one of the most well-rounded one still left now. I think they're 7 taken on day 2. So I expect that to happen, and came off the board in the second, third round that would come off the 6th. So they need to take a tight that they want to invest, but player here is Deny Dennis Sutton. There's no doubt about it.
Back in Pittsburgh, where we've had a busy night here in round 3. We've had 2 quarterbacks drafted. Carson Beck to Arizona, Drew Aller to the hometown Pittsburgh Steelers. And I guess it's a sign of the time. We've had 25 pass catchers and counting drafted through 3 rounds. That is already the most in the common draft era. We still have quite a few picks to go.
All right, let's go. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Come on.
Compensatory selections. So here are the Dolphins now at pick number 94.
With the 94th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chris Bell, wide receiver.
All right.
Louisville.
They needed receivers to replace. That would have been if New England would have taken him, I would have been happy with that.
As a senior for the Cardinals before a torn ACL, ended his season on November 22nd. He had surgery now, but here he is, drafted in round 3. We were talking about him, Field Yates and I in the first
Steelers moved up to 96, so they're
late first round pick.
they
Now
move
that
up.
Louisville, he gets hurt in November. He is a talented kid. Against Virginia, he was outstanding. Talk about much more consistent catching the football this year. Talk about a guy who does a great job in those contested situations. Could use a little more polish as a route runner, but like you said, 72 catches, 6 touchdowns were all career highs. Then the injury. Up until that point, he was exceptional. I won't talk about the Pitt game, Lou. That was another one where he was uncoverable, and he was like that a lot this year with that size, that speed, that they could short.
All right, come on. The pick is in. Move on. Move on. Move on. Move on. Move on. Move on.
Developing this football team, they can afford to medically redshirt Chris Bell this year and then getting ready for the 2027 season.
If you watch him play at his best, he reminds you of A.J. Brown. Like that physical, big, thick, upper body build. He's explosive. Not defined as a route runner, but he's going to be tough for DBs to handle, especially in one-on-one.
I hate all the
Nobody's gonna
freaking
wanna press
dialogue.
man
Let's
this young
go.
man because
Come
of his
on.
lower body strength.
What you want to give him is
Come on,
inside
get to the
breaking
Patriots
catch and
pick.
run route. Because he's just going to run away from man coverage. He's going to.
All right, here we go. Pick is in. Someone's walking to the stage.
Oh,
Deion Branch making the selection.
It's just a matter of when is he going to be available. How's his rehab going? When can you get him on the field?
Here's New England. It's exactly what I expected out of Pittsburgh. Yep. We all know why I'm here. Ain't that right? Yeah. I'm sorry. Listen, I apologize to my Pittsburgh fans.
Deion, make the
I
pick.
had to wait in the back. Thank you guys for being patient.
Make the pick.
Thank you, Pittsburgh. Yeah, we appreciate you guys too. I'm here to announce.
Yeah, we know.
The greatest organization's 95th pick in the 2026 NFL
He's
draft.
showing the card. I see the card.
The greatest organization select Eli Raridan.
I'll take that. Listen, I wanted deny Dennis Sutton, but Raridan, with how tight ends were going, you probably had to take him, and he has
The
size.
starter for one season in South Bend, but good size at 6'6", 245.
I'll take that. They needed tight end.
Notre Dame tight end to be drafted in the last 9 years.
And he's got a lot of physical talent now, a lot of physical skills at 6'6", 245. He is a guy who, when you split him out in the slot, he can really get down the middle of the field. As you're seeing it right here on this wide, deep cross, and he'll go up and catch the football. Had some issues kind of tracking the ball over his head on a consistent basis. But, man, I'll tell you what else he does. When he catches the ball, turns into a runner immediately. And he can go up and high point it. He can make some difficult contested catches. Will compete in the run game as far as the blocker is concerned.
I'm almost done.
I love the upside. Now, this is a great third-round pick to me.
Yeah.
Because if he can get bigger, stronger.
Goal number 4, Utah. Let's go.
His grandfather I scouted. He was in my book coming out of Nebraska, Scott Raridan, offensive line.
Oh, Vrabel's leaving the room. Why is he doing that?
Heck of a football player, right? His grandfather.
He's done. He's going home.
He will work to get better.
So, I mean, he's 6'6", so let me mute this. Sorry. So Edward said he's a little slow. I mean, he's 6'6" and an 1/8. He has an 80-inch wingspan, and he ran a 4.6 240. Like, he's slow, but he's not slow. He's massive. Like, that's what you expect from him. He's massive. He has a big thing. He's actually really twitchy. So, like, when he gets on backers and stuff, he can break and snap off his routes. Listen, this was one of my favorite guys at the tight end position, especially in the late rounds. With how the tight end board fell, they had to take him here, or else he probably wasn't going to make it. I would have loved deny Dennis Sutton double dipping at edge, but you already addressed that with Gabe Akis, and now you get a huge need in Eli Raridan, who has great size.
I feel like I did these so much quicker last year. Okay, there we go. Well, there's your tight end pick.
Yeah, they needed it. I wish there was some way New England could get up it early enough tomorrow or somehow to get Sutton if he were to keep falling.
Yeah.
Because they don't have a 4th, right? Yeah, New England traded their 4th away to Buffalo in the 1st when they moved up for, so they don't have a 4th. And so, I mean, they'd have to give up a lot of capital to move up there, but deny Dennis Sutton still being there is.
Dunker right after us.
Yep.
Jennings, Dunker, or Mel Kiper?
You know, Kiper.
Third pick. I love this third pick. I know I don't want to sound like a broke record. There's probably guys that I would have taken ahead of him that are just better pure football players, but they needed a tight end, and I loved Raritan. And with 7 tight ends going off in day 2, now Raritan being the 8th one, you probably needed to get him before someone else did, because it seems like there was a little bit of run on tight ends, and it was slim pickings come here. So I would give this an A- pick. I would knock it just a little bit, because if they would have taken a guy like Denai Dennis Sutton, that would have been, in my pick, ideal. He would have been awesome. So I can't give it an A++, but I think it's an A- because it's a great player who has a little bit of question marks because he's been hurt a little. But his dad played tackle at Notre Dame. He's good in the run. He's got massive size. He can catch the ball and run. He addresses a need, that's for dang sure.
Why does this keep happening? All right. Well, there you go. I mean, first 3 picks, you got your hopeful right tackle of the future. You got help on the edge in round 2, and hopefully, a well-rounded, complete tight end. He's not one of these pure pass catchers. He's not one of these pure run blockers. A well-rounded tight end here in the 3rd round. Not necessarily the perfect guy that we was hoping was going to fall. Some of these other tight ends we liked a little bit better, but yeah, I mean, it's all solid players at positions of need that, like you said, maybe a little early here in this spot, but with not having a 4th round pick, probably not having a trade back option here, this is the guy they wanted, and they took him here.
Yeah.
What do you think about this from Boston GM here? C+.
No, it's not a C+, because the board adjusts based off of how like positions have gone. So, listen, I get the stick to your board. That's why I can't give it an A+, whatever, like Denai Dennis Sutton, but they probably felt like they didn't need to double dip at edge. They got a guy that they liked in Akis, and they got another position of need that they probably weren't going to find someone anywhere else. So, I mean, if you want to knock it to a B because of Denai Dennis Sutton or other guys being there, that's totally fine, but you can't give that a C. That is a huge position of need, and 7 guys went off the board in this day alone at that singular position. So the position was already getting thin.
Yeah, I see from both ways as far as like, just because there's a run doesn't necessarily mean the player is worth a pick that's 30 picks higher or a round higher, but it kind of forces your hand where if that's what you need, if you want to take a tight end there, that's kind of where you have to go.
I mean, I had Raritan at 80 on my big board. So, I mean, getting him at 95, like I was high on him. He was my tight end. Let me make sure. He was my tight end 4. After he was actually, no, sorry, he's tight end 5 because he was after Delp.
He
was after Oscar Delp. So it was Kenyon Sadiq, Max Clare, Eli Stowers, Oscar Delp, and then Eli Raritan. Like, so
that if he was 80 on your big board, then I completely understand your grade here.
I mean,
if it was like 120 on your big board,
yeah,
then that's
so
different.
going opposite of that. On my big board, I had Eli Raritan at 80. I had Denai Dennis Sutton at 48. So it's almost 30. It's 32 spots difference. So yeah, when you're talking about it, you're like, oh, Denai Dennis Sutton was definitely significantly higher. So that's why, I would have rather have had him, but
yeah, which makes sense. He said he models his game after George Kittle. I love how he blocks. I love his mentality. He's somebody who obviously makes plays in the passing game as well.
Yeah, I had Raritan over Roush. Thought Raritan was more athletic. Thought Raritan didn't have quite as well. He wasn't as good of a run blocker, but the measurables and stuff projecting him in the NFL. I mean, 32 and 3/4 inch arms, 80-inch wingspan. Yeah, I had him over Roush. I had Roush at 6. Roush is my tight end 6, so they're neck and neck. And then Endries came in at tight end 7 for me.
I mean, just another guy, great athlete. 981 RAS score.
Hard to see if we're better off right now in terms of our roster than we were last year for the best. AJ Brown. I mean, I think our roster is better than it was last year.
I mean, who have you lost? Stephon Diggs?
I mean, you lost
Chason Tonga,
Jalen Hawkins, but you replace him with
Jalen Hawkins.
Byard.
Byard's an upgrade over Hawkins. We haven't found a Tonga replacement yet, so that's something that we'll need to get addressed at some point. Chason was replaced already by Draymond Jones. Other than that, you got Diggs, who I honestly believe that Romeo Doubs this season will give you similar production to what Diggs would have given you this season. I don't think he'll be necessarily as good as Diggs was last year, but I think Diggs, another year older, I think you're probably going to have similar production from Doubs as you would from Diggs. And he's younger and was cheaper. And if you go get AJ Brown as well, and now you have a swing tackle, another edge guy in the second, and a tight end, I think this guy could be better than Hooper was last year. I think you've upgraded at a decent amount of positions, and Will Campbell should only get better. You'd hope. Hopefully another step from Kyle Williams. I don't think that we're worse off. AJ Brown definitely would move the needle big time. I'm kind of factoring in AJ Brown being here already, and maybe that's not fair. If AJ Brown isn't here, then I would say we're kind of the same team as last year. I think that's fair. But if AJ's here, I agree. I think that's a big time needle mover as far as an upgrade over last year's team.
Yeah. What would you have said going into pick 95 was the biggest position in need?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I would say tight end. It's you literally if there's one injury at tight end, you're screwed.
I would have said tight end or linebacker. Because you addressed edge, and I would have loved to have double dipped at edge just because Denai Dennis Sutton was there. But because they took Akis, I don't feel like edge was that big of a need anymore.
You also have bodies at linebacker at least.
Yeah.
You don't have the bodies at tight end.
Yes.
And
do we really? Who is it? Julian Hill that they signed?
Yeah. So he's your number 2, and then that's really it. Like you have you have Westover and stuff, who's a fullback tight end. But
Westover's probably getting cut with Gilliam Gilliam on the roster. So
yeah.
Yeah.
QB tomorrow. I do think that they will drop the QB at some point tomorrow. Yeah, that's the thing here. Getting a pure run stopper, I think you can find late in the draft that's going to be serviceable. Yeah. Tonga, what made Tonga so great last year was he was great at stopping the run, but he also gave you more upside in the passing game than you thought. He was just overall, he was phenomenal.
Yeah.
But yeah, linebacker and safety are both two big positions in need of, like, if you're projecting for not just this season, but the future, I think safety and linebacker are going to be up there as well. I still wouldn't mind double dipping at edge if you find a guy you really like, maybe a pure pass rush type guy. But yeah, I mean, coming into the draft, we knew they needed a right tackle. We knew they needed an edge player, at least one, and we knew they needed a tight end, and that's been their first 3 picks.
Yep. Yeah, like to go with talking about a run stopping D tackle, like A couple guys that I like that I think are going to be options tomorrow at the Patriots pick: Nick Barrett, out of South Carolina. Tim Keenan out of Alabama is freaking massive. Like, he's a run stopper for sure. 6'1", 327. Like, he could be that run stopper that they need. Now, again, if you need to go linebacker at some point, which I think that they do, I really like Keyshawn Elliott out of Arizona State, Caleb Elarms, or I like Aiden Fisher, Jack Kelly. There's guys. It's just the hard part is they don't have a 4th round pick. So some of these guys are going to have to continue to fall just a little bit. I mean, they're not picking tomorrow until, what is it? Pick one. Is it 125 or did they trade 125?
It is.
It's 171. Sorry, 171. So they're late in the 5th, and then they have 191, 198, 212. So, could they package 198 and 212 or 191 and 212 to go up to like 130? I guess they could. It's not out of the possibility, but, right now you're looking at 5 picks, and it's a late 5th, an early 6th, a mid 6th, and then a late 6th, and then a 7th. So, what keeps going? So,
yeah, I mean, overall, it's hard to be too upset on the day. I think they got better. I think they addressed positions of need. They were aggressive getting an edge guy that they felt confident in, and you feel better about the team in general going into camp, and they still got 5 picks left or whatever it is going into tomorrow. So,
do you think that something? Do you think that there would be something happening tomorrow with like a potential Kayshon Boutte trade and getting a late 4th?
See, that's an interesting way. If they want to get a 4th, that's one thing that I think they could try to do something like that. It's just so tough. The AJ Brown situation makes things so tough because you don't want to get rid of Kayshon Boutte
until you have him.
Yes, until it's official that you got AJ Brown. It's if you trade Kayshon Boutte and then you don't get AJ Brown, not good. So I wouldn't be surprised if they held him until that was official, and then maybe somebody gives him a future pick next year for him.
Yeah. Biggest holes that still need to be addressed. I think that you can go run stopping D lineman, linebacker, running back. I wouldn't mind it. I don't think it's a huge need, but I think you could find like a little scat back. Like, I love the guy out of Navy, Eli Heinrich. He's like, people say he's a receiver, but like, he's a true scat back. Like, he got over 900 receiving yards for 2 years straight at Navy, which I know they run, the triple option offense and stuff, but that's, there. I think they could potentially look at getting a guard just because you always need depth. You need depth there. And
not just that, but also potential for Onwenu. If you can, I mean, he was a 6th round pick. If you can find another gem like him in the 6th round, that's more of an athlete that fits your scheme. That'd be great. So safety, linebacker, run stuffing, D tackle, running back. They might grab a quarterback, and then maybe a guard. Those are kind of the top. I mean, it's a lot of positions there, but
I mean, they have 5 picks. So even if you go interior line, interior D line, linebacker, I mean, and then that gives you 2 more, double dip at edge if you need to, or take 2 other ones. So, yeah. I don't think necessarily trading Boutte is a stupid move because I do think him and Dobbs are a little bit redundant. Plus, when Boutte's contract is up next year, I think he's going to ask for somewhere in the range of Romeo Dobbs's deal. Like, he's going to be getting probably 12, 13, 40, a little bit under what Romeo Dobbs got, but I think he'll be in the $15+ million.
That's what I was going to say.
I guess.
Yeah, so, I'm going to guess he's getting 15 a year.
And so if you're paying him and Romeo Dobbs that, and let's say AJ Brown comes, you just can't do that with a Gonzalez extension coming up, with trying to keep money, reserved for Drake May. So, in a perfect world, you can find a way to keep Boutte, but I just don't think with him being on the last year of his deal, it really makes much sense for New England to try to do that with the addition of Romeo Dobbs.
I also am not opposed to keeping Boutte and trading Pop. They're both done at the end of the year. I mean, obviously, if you get good trade value for Boutte and you feel like he's not going to contribute as much, my only thing I'm concerned about is Kayshon has been a guy that's kind of not demanded the ball, but kind of demanded the ball at times. Like, for a guy who hasn't produced to that level of like a stud to demand the ball, it surprised me some of the videos we've seen of him kind of being like, hey, like, give me the ball. So if he kind of takes a lighter role in this offense, people have talked about trying to put him at the Z mixing him in if you have like Dobbs, AJ, and Booty as kind of a package of 3 there. I wouldn't mind seeing what that looks like in camp, and maybe if it's not working and he's not happy, then maybe you end up moving on from him. But yeah, I don't think moving on from Pop is going to hurt you much.
No,
it's just weird. The way they want him to be used is as a slot guy, but the way he was productive last season was going down the field.
Yeah,
like that was all he had. A decent amount of big plays. Just that Saints game, he had like 2 big touchdowns. One of them got called back, but a lot of the plays that we saw where he was open or where he made a big play, it was deep. It was down the field. It wasn't many of these slot reps over the middle where a linebacker can hurt him and have him be out for half the season. So I don't know. It's just interesting. They got some decisions to make for sure.
Yeah. So they'll find some guys. It'll be interesting to see how they handle it. Obviously, no Mike Vrabel in the room tomorrow. So, they said they'll be in contact, but they got 5 picks. They don't have 1 in the 4th. They have 1 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th, and 1 in the 7th. So we'll see how they address those needs. If they do get a little bit more aggressive and trade up, maybe they, like we talked about, trade a player for a 4th round pick if, there's something that makes sense. So I think it would be ideal, though, if like a 4th round pick would be best for Booty. And if there's a guy that continues to slide, if Denai Dennis Sutton continues to slide or something, and you could trade a 4th for him for Kayshon Boutte tomorrow, there's a team interested, because there might not be a better pass catcher on the board, at the receiver position for some of these teams that want to take 1 in the 4th. So if you could trade that, it's an interesting thing to look at. But I'd actually be shocked if there was a trade, involving a player for a pick tomorrow. It just doesn't seem to happen very often. It's usually for picks. So it would definitely surprise me. It's just something that they were talking about, what his value would be and where New England's looking to, or what they're looking to move him for.
Yeah, it's just harder to get one of those things done when you're on the clock for 5 minutes. Like, it's something that overnight tonight they'd have to call and be like, hey, did this interest you for tomorrow?
Yeah. If we get to your pick at 120 and our guy's available, do we have a deal?
Yeah.
The hard part is most teams don't say, hey, my guy is Denai Dennis Sutton, or they don't tell him who the guys are.
Yeah,
hey, if we call you on the clock, are you willing to make this deal? And you kind of have to, go with them saying, yeah, it is. We're going to go. So
yeah, absolutely.
We'll see. We're not going to be live tomorrow, obviously, with no 4th round pick and stuff. We will have all the graphics and stuff for every pick and stuff. So if you don't follow us on Instagram, make sure you go find us. It's at Pat's Drive. If you guys did not already subscribe and like the video, please do so. We appreciate all the support. We were live for over 7 hours in day 1 and 2, and it was a fun, couple rounds that we dealt with, got positions that we needed and good players and stuff. So it's been fun. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us.
Yeah, no, thank you guys for following all the content that Jason's been putting in some hard work for this draft season. So appreciate you guys hanging out with us, and for the super chats, we appreciate that as well. And just all the questions and you guys hanging out here, deciding to spend your draft day with us. We really appreciate it. So yeah, that's all I got. You got anything else?
Nope. We appreciate that, guys. We will be doing we will for sure be doing a grading the whole class. Like, we'll be giving grades on everything, once the whole thing gets finalized tomorrow. We'll probably come out with that sometime next week and maybe do a live show to talk more in depth and stuff, but turn the notification bell on so when we do post that, you guys can tune into that. So, but appreciate all the support, guys. And until next time, we will talk to you guys later.
Thanks for listening to this edition of the Patriots Drive podcast. Follow us on social media to stay up to date with all things New England Patriots. Make sure you tune in to the next episode and check out patriotsdrive.com for more great content.
We're on to Cincinnati.